All right, good evening. Welcome to the Town of Southbridge Special Town Council meeting from Monday, May 11th, 2020 at 6:30. This meeting is being held via remote participation. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15th, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this special meeting of the Town Council is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. Reminder that persons who would like to view this meeting while in progress may do so by watching Southbridge Cable Access Channel 192 or by remote information, which was noted below. We'll post the record of the meeting on the town's website at www.ci.southbridge.ma.us as soon as we're able to. If you wish to call into this meeting, the phone number is 571-317-3122, access code of 500-729-741. Call this meeting to order. Reminder that all votes will be via roll call, if any. Now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Give me a second. Councilor Daniel, if you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Certainly. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilor Daniel. Citizens Forum. I do have that on the agenda. Is there anyone online that wishes to address the Southbridge Town Council? All I see is department heads right now and town councilors.
Are we doing a roll call, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Roll call, Madam Secretary, thank you.
Councilor Adams?
Present.
Councilor Catrona?
Present.
Councilor Daniel?
Present.
Councilor Jovan?
Present.
Councilor Lazo?
Absent.
Councilor Manna?
Present.
Councilor Marquetti?
Present.
Councilor Nash?
Present.
Councilor Steves?
Present. Did you hear that?
We did.
Okay, cool.
Nice to see you, Councilor Steves. Glad to see you have access. Okay, again, Citizens Forum, is there anyone in the audience or online that wishes to address the Town Council? It is posted on here. We do have access listed on here. All right, again, seeing how there's only town officials and department heads, I do not believe there's anybody else online. Okay. First off, I'd like to thank all the councilors for the last couple of weeks for all the work that we've been doing on the budgets for the subcommittee process. This capital plan and free cash is being done by special town council meeting as opposed to, I believe, general government. I think normally would have taken this, but given the fact that Councilor Steves did have some issues with technology, and I'm glad he got it squared away. But also, given the fact that the budget's the way they are, and we're going to have a lot of conversations about the use of free cash and the capital plan, it's just that we have a conversation all tonight. I don't anticipate, we can talk through it, but I don't anticipate any votes tonight because we're going to have the public hearing first before we adopt the capital plans. This is the recommendations for town council for us, from the town manager, as well as a discussion about the use of free cash. So with that, I'll turn this over, I guess, to the town manager. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first item, of course, we have in front of you is the 6-year capital plan. This is a work of all the department heads putting together a year-by-year request of what their capital needs are. As you know, this is an incorporation of the facilities management plan and the regular capital budget. And this year, the school system is completely on board, and all of their requesters are in as well. The saddest part about this whole thing is that the requests are way more than what we can actually fund, which is really what makes it difficult. tonight you're going to really be focusing on the fiscal year 21 capital budget. The capital plan, keep in mind, is really just a tool. It's information for town council members, the town manager, department heads to provide a long-range plan to show what the needs are from year to year. And it really is a planning tool for how to go forward and take care of all our needs, both on a physical infrastructure need and things like trucks, equipment, and other capital items that we need to do. This year, you've got more information than ever before. You'll see, if you look in front of every department for fiscal year 2021, you'll see a summary of what happened or what they did, what changes they made to the capital budget for their department. You will see all the forms that they put in requesting each individual capital item. And in the fiscal year 2020, you'll see recommendations for funding specific items. What that is that we looked at the most important items, looked at how much money we had in free cash, and decided to make recommendations as to what should be funded. Now, you'll see in the 6-year capital plan, the original recommendations we made for funding, and we're going to talk a lot more about that when we get into the free cash distribution. But you'll see under free cash, the original plan of what we had. You will say, I believe, and I'll have to look at it again, there are some things that come out of the revolving fund as well. The community center, we used some money to have a revolving fund. So we used $6,350 from the revolving fund to do some kind of some minor repairs to the building and stuff. You'll also see money that comes out of retained earnings, and there may even be a borrowing here, I'm not sure. But it breaks it down by department. We kept the order of departments consistent from year to year so you could follow things. Last year, the chairman was concerned in trying to understand what happened from year to year. And I didn't put a code or anything on here, but everything you see in red is a change for that year. So if you see something in red, that means it wasn't on last year's capital plan or it was moved. We tried really hard to make it as easy as possible for all the town councilors to identify any particular changes. I'm not going to get into the specific items unless you want to. Really, we're going to get into those specific items for the fiscal 2021 when we get into the free cash distribution. Again, department heads presented each of these plans. We went through them very thoroughly. We discussed them. We obviously don't know what funding will be available in fiscal years 2022 through 2026. We'll know that as we see what that situation is like. Even in fiscal year 2021, because of the coronavirus, we've had to make serious changes because the money that we had hoped would be there, well, it is there. I'm sorry, let me re-say that. The money is there in terms of the free cash distribution, but because of the shortage of revenues, we're going to make decisions to move some of that money that we would have normally spent on particular capital items into the stabilization fund until we see what happens with the revenues going forward. With that, I'll be happy to take any questions about the capital budgets. And I want to thank all the department heads for the hard work they did in working to get this information to us so that we could put it into a cohesive document. And I appreciate the work of Karen Harnoy, who worked with me to get this as clean as possible. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions. Your mic's not on, Jack.
All right, I'll go around the cameras here. Council Marquetti, you have questions?
Well, if you're going to do this during the capital or free cash section, I guess not. The only thing that I would ask is, well, these are just, like you said, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the town manager, like you said, this is like a wish list. So this isn't something that we're voting to fund, correct?
That is correct. You know, when you say a wish list, and I've heard that term used before, what this is a long-term look at what each department believes its needs are. The reason I distinguish a little bit from a wish list is that I don't think it's everything possible that they would like to have, but it's really what they think the needs of the department are. So yes, it's a long-term needs, and you're correct that The only funding we're going to be talking about as it relates to this plan is when we get into the free cash distribution. So you're correct that we're not funding this document. This document is just a tool. It's just a plan that we can use to determine what the needs of the town are going to be.
And if I could continue, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. You have the floor right now.
There's a few things like, for example, the pet shelter. I thought that was something that was going to be done in an existing building, and we were going to get it all paid for through BayPath, or not paid for, but it was going to be done through BayPath. That's just one example. I mean, I'm sure there's others, but.
So thank you. It's a very good question, but and truthfully, I wish it was true, but that's not the case. What we're trying to do is we are using an existing building that's very small. It was sort of a storage building over near not Central Street School. I'm blanking on the name of the school over there.
Charlton
not
Street.
Central. Charlton Street School. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charlton Street School. They had an old storage facility building there, and that building is going to be revitalized and completely changed and built upon to put an animal control shelter. While BayPath is going to work with us on that project and provide essentially free labor, there is still significant cost of building that building, but it would be a lot more if we didn't have BayPath contributing by having their students actually provide the construction work. And even that, they can't do all of it. They can't do some cement work. There are certain parts of building that building that they can't do, the fencing and some other items, but they are going to save us a significant amount of money.
And so I guess I'll let other counselors talk. I mean, to me, I look at this and I say, man, I don't know how we can afford all this, but I'll let the other counselors talk. I'll stop thinking.
Councilor Marquetti, this conversation usually on capital is a very robust conversation. There's a lot of dialogue. So if you have any questions, feel free to continue, or just you usually keep your camera on. You can just raise your hand. I'll note that you have some follow-up. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. I'll move to Councilor Manna.
Are we going to go through the list for each department? Because I won't have questions until then. I just want to make sure that's how we're doing this.
I can do it any way that the chairman would like me to do it. We can go through the individual items, but really, again, a lot of these items aren't going to be funded. It is just there because the department head recognized it. It's something that they believe at some point in time should be done or purchased. I think the ones that we're going to specifically talk about, like I said, the items that we're actually going to do something with is going to be in the free cash distribution. Those are the critical items that we identified, Councilor Manna. But if the chairman would like me to go through these and the department heads are on the phone, can answer questions to these as well. But like I said, this is really sort of a conceptual plan.
No, I understand. But I mean, in years past, we've gone through things and we discussed it department by department. And that's when we made the decision, if we're going to add money, take it away, not fund it, move something, or whatever. So I think it would benefit us if we went through department by department. That's all, my 2 cents. Thanks.
The conversation right now is not on the funding of FY21. The conversation today is on the 6-year plan right now. So we're talking the overall scope of the plan. If you have questions on the overall plan for the 6-year plan, the next item would be review the free cash distribution, which would be the funding of the capital or whatever. So if you have questions on the 6-year capital plan, I think that's the conversation right now, unless I'm wrong. I mean, I think that's what we're discussing right now is the 6-year plan. We can certainly have conversations about the specifics on the current fiscal year and how they relate to the 5 years that go throughout.
Well, maybe I misunderstood. I thought we were talking about the capital. So my mistake. Thank you.
Well, we are talking about capital, but we're talking about the 6-year plan.
I understand that. I thought it was just like for FY 2021. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this applies now or later, so let me just generally ask. I noticed that there's an amount in the fiscal year 21 budget for the revolving fund for the roads. I'm wondering how that affects a memo that you received from Matthew Desjardins on February 24th, 2020 regarding paving options for various roads. I'm wondering if there's a connection there and if this is the place to discuss it, or is that better discussed elsewhere?
Well, I would say to you, Mr. Chairman, that we are going to discuss this in the free cash distribution as well. Just to be clear, if you look at the fiscal 2021 6-year plan and you look at the free cash distribution, that's going to match equally to the next topic when we get into the free cashing. So those are things that we're actually talking about funding. You're correct that roads is something that we have talked about funding. That is a discussion that we're going to have as to what we do with the roads. Roads are not part of the, and again, Karen, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think we took the road money out of the free cash distribution, and instead we're using another account where we're going to be transferring that money from that other account to the road account. So it's no longer part of the free cash distribution, but it is something we're going to be talking about.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always interesting when we get to this time of the year and start talking about 6-year capital plan. You know, we've never, in my term on council, been in a position where we can actually meet what's required by charter. So with that, if anyone wants to look at it, it's 10-7-1, if you haven't already seen it. And I'm not blaming anybody for that end, but when you look at this wish list, it would be nice to be in a position where we can actually do some future planning and have some monies in the operating budgets like we've done for police cruisers, or, you know, other sources of funding and financing as the charter requires. I'd like to see us get to that point in the next couple of years, but maybe that's just wishful thinking. I don't have any questions of the town manager. I would love to, you know, hear from the department heads on some things that they'd like to see go forward sooner rather than later. And, you know, if there's anything that we have before us tonight, when we get to the actual free cash distribution recommendations that they think that they need, that they're not getting, they need to tell us. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, to respond a little bit to that.
Yep.
First of all, thank you, Councilor Nash. The free cash distribution, the sad part of it is the limited amount of funding we have for capital projects. We've been using free cash in the last 4 years or so to do that. Prior to that, we didn't even have free cash. We were using some of Casella money to do some of the projects. But at some point in time, the big question here, and we do it for water and sewer, we borrow for water and sewer for large capital projects. We have not done that on the town side, and that's something that, frankly, down the road is going to have to be considered. You know, obviously, the firehouse is a big issue. It's still kind of hanging over us, and now with the COVID-19 and the revenue shortfalls, borrowing is probably not a good idea at this time. But at some point in time, some of these larger infrastructure projects, the town is going to have to consider borrowing for it, be it roofs at the firehouse or other large items. That's something that eventually, when funding is available, it's got to be considered. We're just not in a position to do that right now. As much as I'd like to, it's just not there. But what is in this plan is funding we have available and how to allocate funding, which is the free cash distribution.
Councilor Nash, if I could just follow up on your concerns. I think we've had this conversation last year, where, I mean, we're at the point where we do have, you know, good backup materials, but I think when you're talking, and correct me if I'm wrong, where you have estimates for the years going out per department, but no method of how you're going to finance, like some kind of roadmap of how you think you want to get there. Is that, am I correct on that?
That's what the charter calls for. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, I know.
But we do it every year, Chairman. We never seem to be at a point where we're able to do that or provide that.
The forecasting out of how we're going to fund it,
yep. or it always comes out of free cash.
Right. And no, yes, I I certainly understand where you're coming from on that. So we'll go to Councilor Steves.
At the moment, the only question I have is why are some of the items that are still listed in the plan, even though they've already been purchased? There's some specifically noted.
Through you, are you talking about fiscal year 2020? Because we left that in just for you to be able to see what transpired between
some of them are listed in 2021 too. Like fiscal 21, cruiser laptops, 15 grand, purchase in FY19 operating budget. Community room chairs, purchase in FY19 operating budget. Just the ones that I happen to have right in front of me.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and specifically look at what you're talking about. The department heads should have taken them out if they were funded. They would be in the fiscal year 2020 budget, but I'll have to go look in fiscal year 2020 to specifically see which items you're saying have already been purchased and have not been taken out of the 2021 plan.
Yep. Yeah,
I'll have to go back and look at it, Councilor Steves. I'm not sure why that's the case. If it is the case, I'll have to look at those items. They were supposed to be taken out of fiscal year 2021.
Okay, so I guess to my question was a follow-up to Councilor Steves. Were they on the 6-year capital plan for that fiscal year of 19, and that through whatever grants or whatever they were able to purchase them in a year previously, so they were on that plan? So like we talked about last year, where we had stuff that was on the plan in 20 or the previous fiscal year capital plan, and then when they presented the new one, it dropped off or got moved to a different year. I mean, was it something that was in that previous 6-year plan that just got paid earlier? I think Heather might have an answer to a question, so I'll go to Heather.
Thanks, Jack. I think I can maybe clarify it. What we were asked to do is, if we had already purchased it or if it had gotten moved to another one, to put a note as such. And you can see that note is in red. So that was originally in the 2021 plan and probably got moved up. But to show that it had already been done, he wanted us to clarify it. But you can see that there's no cost associated with that line. And that's the way it was asked to be shown.
Oh, there's no numbers. Okay.
Okay.
So if you look under the cruiser, under the police, the cruiser laptops, 15 grand purchased, the purchase is in red.
Right.
That means that was the note that we asked. So, and then all the costs associated removed. It was just so that it just didn't disappear off of a plan without any determination that it had already been done.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And that was my frustration last year, where it was like, okay, it was in the previous 6-year plan, way to go. It's just gone, or it got moved to another year. So I think it was more for tracking purposes, for future counselors to know if it was a new counselor that came on or whatever, like myself last year. It was like, okay, I see it in the prior plan, but where'd it go, or did it happen, or whatever? So
that's correct.
I do appreciate the red. Councilor Manna?
If I can make a suggestion, perhaps there be a note page on the master spreadsheet, clarifying what the colors, if it's going to be color coded, because we didn't know until Ms. Blakely explained it to us. So if there's like some type of a page on the master spreadsheet to clarify things, that might help, especially for future council.
Right, like a summary type at the beginning that says some items may have been purchased through operating or through a grant previously, that may have been on the plan or whatever it may.
Like the color coding, if there's a strike through or anything, to clarify it, like a map, like a key map.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Councilor Steve, did you have anything else right now? Okay, Councilor Catrona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I think it's been said already. This is an interesting time. It's my first year. I also see several things on here that I feel are redundant, that we've already been through subcommittee, then through council, such as the library AC unit, police radios, and heating for the for the DPW department. So it's a little confusing. Just getting into reading this for the first time. Some of these, at least two of these, have already gone through subcommittees. So I'm not sure if this is the time that we address those or if we wait until we get to the cash distribution.
So through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If you're Councilor Catrona, some of them police radios are multiple year purchases. So you're correct that some radios have went through, but additional radios had to be made. So it's the department heads sometimes buy things in multiple years, so they don't pay for everything in 1 year. That's what I think you're seeing with the police radios. I think the air handler HVAC system, I'd have to check with Mario. You'll see there's no dollar amount for that. They requested $40,000. They decided it was not needed, but it was in the old plan last year. So we highlighted in red to take it out. Again, that's as Councilor Jovan was showing. We're trying to demonstrate to him why things that were in the plan were taken out. And that's, you know, the red just highlight changes, and there's explanations in each line item as to what the changes are.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. Again, through the chair, I'm looking at Jacobs Edward Library, and I see $150,000 under project amount as requested. And that's right. I'm getting a little confused. That seems to be the AC unit that previously was approved in subcommittee.
May I interject for a moment, please? This is Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret, go ahead. You want to address that item?
In December, we had an emergency request for a replacement of a rooftop unit number 2, and we were awarded $23,000. The figure was 29,700 or something like that. That project is just being finished on Wednesday. They're going to be finished. MPC has been at the library since Thursday working on that. That is a different project to what Councillor Catrona is referring to. We put in FY21 for a request for $150,000 to do an insulation project in the library to seal the thermal and air cracks that are leaking out into the atmosphere and causing us to be spending more money on energy than we need. I think that's what we're talking about.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I'm all set, Mr. Chair, for now. Thank you.
Councilor Catrona, the police chief is on if you want to talk more about the radios. But I believe I'm correct, it's an additional radios, but he is on here if you want just him to comment about the radios.
No need.
Okay,
thank you.
All right. Councilor Adams?
It is time. Thank you.
Ms. Clements, do you have questions? I see you on. Did you have anything? Denise? Okay. All right. Did I miss any councilors? I think I hit every councilor, right? Okay. So, Council Manager, did you have something else? I didn't know if I saw your hand go up. Council Manager? You all set? Okay. So, I guess what we'll do is go through this, because this is the 6-year plan. We talked briefly about whatever questions you may have. I don't know if the thought is to go through, Mr. Manager, I know you're talking about just the 21 budget, but what are some of the highlights on this 6-year plan that we're projecting out for projects and how we're going to get there to that? I think that's the purpose of a 6-year plan. So we've talked about 21, but we shouldn't be just scoped on 21. It is the 6-year plan. So when you mapped out this 6-year capital plan, what were the priorities and how, granted, we always talk about just free cash, but we also think outside the box too. Any thought processes with your finance department on that?
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 6-year plan, As you can see, as you go through this, there's a tremendous amount of items in this 6-year capital plan. Each department head is told to look at the 6-year capital plan year by year and evaluate their needs are. And I'll give you examples instead of trying to get into every specific thing, because we'll be here for a week. Heather looks at the types of equipment. She has a list of all the trucks she has by year of the truck, by how old the truck is, by the condition of the truck. And she develops that into the 6-year capital plan. And she tries to buy them in terms of a couple of items. One is the priority of the need of the specific truck purchased and the age of the truck and the life cycle of the truck. The same thing goes for roads, for other things. They look at the buildings and look at, okay, when they did the facility management plan, the facility management plan outlines every year what work should be looked at. Not necessarily that they have to do it, but it should be evaluated for terms of need. So, it could be the roofs of various buildings, what their useful life is. So all of this is designed by each specific department head as to what they believe their needs are. And that, again, I stress that that's in the needs of physical equipment, trucks and equipment, and then also in terms of buildings repair. I mean, I'll just say, for instance, if you look at fiscal year 21, the same is true with recreation. Replacement of the playground on Main Street. The playground is beyond its usable life. So the recreation director is looking at all the playground equipment through the 6 years and sees, and he's supposed to analyze which ones are in need of repair now, immediately, and which ones can be put off into the future. And it goes on and on under that. Sidewalk repairs are in here. Heather has different roads that she believes in terms of her order, a priority and what they should be. Each department head is supposed to prioritize their request. Obviously, if it was something they need right away, they would put it in fiscal year 2021. If it's something they look at for a long-term plan, they might put it in 2026. So every year is sort of an evaluation, and it looks at both the interior of buildings, the exterior buildings, the schools, which buildings need roofing, which need weather stripping. Again, I'm not sure you wouldn't want me to sit here and read all this. You can look at all of the items in here. Again, this is a plan for how to maintain a building over the long term. And when I say maintain, I'm not talking about keep clean, but in order to repair the physical infrastructures of every building in town is in here. So, it's, I don't want to say it's a wish list, but it's a long-term need of both equipment and infrastructure needs over the long term. And again, there's just tons of things in here. I don't want me to answer any questions, but the concept of this is to allow each of us, as managers, to think about how we're going to take care of our facilities, equipment, building over the long term. That's the whole concept here. And this is a fluid document. So as you see, it changes from year to year. If a particular truck breaks down and it was scheduled to be replaced in 2025, and all of a sudden that truck has major problems, it might be moved up to 2022 or 2023. So every year you have to kind of reevaluate what your needs are and develop the plan according to what your needs are, with priority issues up front and things that are priority get pushed back. So even sometimes we might have something in the 2021 plan and decide, you know what, other things have come up and we need to move that back and put something up forward. So like I say, it's really designed to allow counselors to see what the potential needs are and to evaluate, along with managers, to evaluate how you get funding for different things that you feel are important. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I don't think you want me to read it all, but that is the purpose,
Okay. Councilor Steves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One quick question is scanning at this stuff, and I understand that we have these issues and they're often repeated issues, but one of the things that jumped out at me, for example, is in several of the years going forward, we're asking for $150,000 for blight money for the health department. However, we still have funds from fiscal 15 and fiscal 18 for blight funding that still haven't been used.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to make sure we don't keep throwing stuff into funds and then having them sit there for decades and nothing happens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilor Steves, it's a very good point. As a matter of fact, one of the reasons why we didn't ask for any money for those buildings this year, as you know, it has been a strong desire of the town council, of my staff, to try to rip down old buildings that are in town that are just bringing down the value of the community as a whole, and particularly in individual neighborhoods. Andy's been working on that, and we have a committee made up of police chief, fire chief, building inspectors, the health agent, economic development, who analyze and put together a plan for the long-term tearing down of those buildings. Some of that is slowed down just in the time of the process it takes to go through all the bidding work. And now it's slowed down with the coronavirus, the construction can't be done. But you're absolutely correct. We would adjust from year to year. Andy's looking at, if he was to rip down 3 or 4 buildings, as you know, one building could be 50, 60, 100 grand to rip down one building if it's a 6-family, right? So he's looking to keep that fund solid so he has the ability to, do that year to year. But if we feel we have enough money in the time frame, we will not ask for future money. But we do want to plan for it in case we can get buildings ripped down. So that's another one of those things you want to adjust depending upon how many buildings you can tear down and timing issues. So I would agree. Right now, I think we have close to $500,000 in a couple of accounts to do that. That could potentially tear down 8 or 9 buildings. We don't really want to reduce that fund because when we can, and once we go through sometimes the court system or process to tear them down, we want to be able to do it. We don't want them to sit there blighted. The longer they're there, the worse it is for the town. And there's still a considerable amount of buildings that we want to get down.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager, on that. I do have some follow-up questions on that, but I'm going to wait till we go to the capital outlay of existing accounts so that we can have that conversation at that point. But this is a good comment. All right, Denise, I think you had frozen up. I think you had a question. Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Your mic's not working, yeah.
We can see you, but I can't hear you.
Muted, Denise.
It says the microphone is on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says it's on, it's not working.
I'll come back to you. So, Denise, if you want to call in on a phone, you can do that as well. If you have that information, you can call in as well. So I guess at this point, to Council Manager's point, I'd like to hear from department heads about their 6-year overall plan, and then they can be specific on 21, and then we can talk about it further when we get to the free cash distribution. If anybody, I think that'd be a good way to go on that. So we'll go ahead. Mr. Town Manager, the first one on the list is airport. Do we have anybody from the airport? Were they invited to this conversation or not?
Everybody knows about this meeting, and they should have attended if they had an interest in protecting the money. But again, this is a conceptual plan, so I'm not sure why they didn't join the call. The fire chief is here, and I think it could be best to go to him and let him talk about his 6-year plan. You'll also see some of that information, Mr. Chairman, in the summaries for each department, because they did. Some of the departments went very thoroughly and gave 6-year plans where, truthfully, I only asked them to give them the 1-year detail of 2021. But some departments in their summaries before their documents gave a full description of their 6-year plan. But the fire chief would probably be a good place to start. All
right, I'm just going by top to bottom on this free capital project request, and to the departments, if you did give good summaries, that's what the charter calls for on that, is a good concise list. So we'll go to, I did put the I think everybody can probably see the sharing on the screen of the capital plan. Does that help anybody, or do you want me to take it off?
No, Jack, I think it really helps. Could you just expand it so it's like full on the bottom? Like if you press the button.
All right, let me see.
I can see it.
In the middle on the right. On my right.
Okay, so it says that you can see it on the full screen, so I'm not sure if it's...
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to answer the councilor's question, you can actually on the right-hand side, will be the reduce or increase if you want to look at it closer.
Oh, me or?
No, Councilor Manna.
Yeah.
Like I can't see it either, but I can use the expand or the reduce part on the right-hand side.
All right, let me see if I can.
I just wanted it bigger to see like across more. You know, if you like, you got those 3 little boxes between the, if you close it out with the X's with the red, if you click on the box in the middle, does it make it bigger? If not, that's okay.
I thought I had it full screen, but.
Oh, there, that's better.
Which one? The other one?
Yeah.
Is that better?
A little bit better.
All right. So the fire, so Chief Norman, we'll turn it over to you. If you want to articulate your current request and what you look over the 6 years, if you want to go over the next couple of years, I can open up the tabs for you if you'd like. So go ahead, Chief Norman.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me okay, Chairman?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. I do believe that most of your concerns, and hopefully I'll address them on what the 6-year plan for the fire department looks like. I have had conversations with the finance director, the town manager, and a few of the counselors over the last year or so in regards to how are we going to fund next year's capital or free cash amount for a $545,000 fire truck. So keep that in mind, and we'll get back to that momentarily. But as we look at the capital request plan or the plan that we have here for 2021, obviously all of you have been very aware of regards to the ambulance that I've put in $11,000 into this year that should have been replaced last year. We've moved it. Last year we had done some things a little bit differently and hope to get this ambulance through this whole year and go from there. But unfortunately, we spun the wheel and the motor is starting to have multiple problems. So as you see, my number one priority is bringing back an ambulance, getting an ambulance ordered as quickly as possible, so we don't continue to use funds, repair funds, and making transfers to make this ambulance stay on the road. The need for 3 ambulances is very important here in town, as you all very know that we definitely have an increased call volume, 15% over the last year. So my number one priority is that ambulance. One thing to keep in mind on ambulances per se do cost about $360,000, as we know. Well, 5% increase over each year from that price. We do take in about $1 million a year in revenue. I had asked and had a slight discussion or a small discussion with the town with the Karen Harnois in regards to maybe if we collect $1 million a year and they put that in the budget for the ambulance service to fund continuing the fire department, that's revenue. Anything above and beyond, if we could put in a side account to use to purchase ambulances. So say we bring in $1,075,000. We take the $75,000 and putting in what we call a special account or a revolving account, set that aside. So in 4 years, $75,000 adds up over a 4-year period. We probably wouldn't have to come back to capital and make that request. The rotation of an ambulance for a fire department and the amount of call volume that we do is a 4-year cycle. Obviously, a cycle is one thing. I'd like to keep these to a cycle. And again, we wouldn't be coming back to a free cash request and or capital project if we were to do something like that. I think that's important moving forward. With the ambulance side, you stay on that cycle of putting X amount of dollars away each year above and beyond what the finance director needs for the budget to keep moving forward. Again, yeah, I have had conversation with her on that. Getting back to 2021, you've all seen an inspector. He drives around in a very rotted out vehicle. It's had multiple electrical problems that we've had 4 different repair shops looking at the vehicle. They cannot find out why we keep replacing starters and alternators and batteries and relays. It just will run for a while and then stop working. The vehicle has equivalent to about 125,000 miles on it, about $4,000 worth of repair work. And again, the electrical issue is the problem. I initially put in some quotes for this vehicle with my capital project, right around $41,000. That was going to make this vehicle a multi-use vehicle that would be at the station at all times when not being used by the inspector. After hours, this would be used for the arson team to investigate arsons. The vehicle would be like an F-150 with a cap on it. It would be a mobile command post if need be, and definitely had some equipment in regards to shovels and extra lighting and things like that. After a fire is, you know, the fire is out and the inspector has to stay there. He has to pretty much be self-sufficient. Right now, we don't have that ability. The new title of this of the lieutenant or inspector's vehicle would be called the risk reduction vehicle. I think it's all inclusive to what we do right now. Like I was saying, if we do an inspection after hours, a fire arson inspection, if he doesn't have the right kind of shovel or he needs more lights, he has to come back to the station, leaving the state fire marshal at the scene. The town manager has reduced that level back to reduce that line item. You can see on this, my original was $40,500. He reduced that to $32,000 for the vehicle itself. My price included emergency lights, a cap, radios, and radio install. I told him right up front, $32,000 wasn't enough money to make this happen, but I would try to spend, you know, I'd buy the cap from another dealer. I'd go ahead and try to find some used radios to put in the vehicle. You know, and that's where that is. The other piece is and as you'll see, I think some of you have picked up on it, portable, mobile, and base radio replacement. That is a plan that's a revolving plan over several years. Our current radios are 9 years old. You've heard in public safety that 10-year window of functionality of these units, of anything what could be. We've talked about fire gear. There's an NFPA standard of 10 years. So that 10-year mark is generally what we use to start replacing things or have an end life. So this year is my first year putting this request in for $20,000. Each year we're going to start, we replace radios instead of buying all the radios all at once, which could be about $100,000 and $150,000 to replace the radios that we have. These are just the portable radios. It's not talking about mobile radios in the cars or repeaters or space stations and things like that. So I put a plan forth that every year from moving forward to put $20,000 into the account so we can actually start a replacement progress. I will note that the radios that we're currently using right now were high end in 2012 when they came. They've been different models have been replaced, and again they're 9 years old, and I have no replacement plan. So this year was the first year to put that in, and that kind of mirrored what the police department did last year. I think it's a great idea to move forward. So that's enough on 21. Mr. Chairman, can you move on to 22, where it shows the fire truck? $545,000 for a fire truck. That's to replace a 1989 Hahn pumper that it is tired. 2 years ago, when I first took over as the chief, we had multiple problems with that truck, and we spent about $20,000 of getting that truck back on the road. This year was the tower truck. We're up to about $27,000. Our vehicles are old or getting old and continue to move up in time. $545,000. So I thought back and I talked with the chairman. I talked to a few other people, constituents in my fire district, some of the other town chiefs. There is a program that you can buy a piece of apparatus like this, a fire truck, multiple police cars. Unfortunately, it's called a leasing program. You can do it over a 3-year period, 5-year period, 7-year period, something as we will get later on into 2025, I think is the year that we replace the tower truck. The tower truck replacement would probably cost us about $1.3 or $1.4 million. So my capital plan, I've given some options: leasing, putting some money aside for the ambulance, things like that. And again, I'll just go bounce back to 22. There's that $20,000 radio replacement, and I made it all inclusive: portables, mobiles, base radio replacement. I think I have the technology and the ability to make those decisions as we move forward. We run all the radio system for the fire department, and we've worked really well with the police department in getting all the radio communications put together. I think my judgment and expertise in that field alone, I think $20,000 is kind of like a small peanuts to what we need to continue to maintain and upgrade over the years. So, Mr. Chairman, 23. Where are we at? The administration vehicle, those are on, so there was never really a plan for replacement of these vehicles. You know, unlike the previous administrator, he kind of just let it happen. He requested for an administration vehicle to be replaced. There's always been an ongoing fight about giving the fire department money for an admin vehicle. Some people even in town or any other town have a problem with vehicles on the road or additional vehicles. This here in priority number 1 in 2023 will replace, you know, a 10-year, maybe an 11-year-old vehicle at this point. These vehicles get used often. They are emergency response vehicles. And, you know, I can tell you right now, I believe that Expedition has almost 90 or 95,000 miles on it. Engine hours, idling hours, it's probably closer to about 200 and 220,000 miles on it. So that would be the $60,000. And that, again, is a rough estimate. I don't know, you know, where vehicles are. I'll give you an example of last year's admin vehicle purchase for us. The Chevy Tahoe was cheaper than the Ford Expedition. When this vehicle was bought in 2013, the Expedition was cheaper than the Tahoe. So we do price comparisons, and I've worked very diligently on putting together the capital plan, and we hope that things, you know, obviously things are continuing to go up in cost. So priority number 2 in 2023 is a forest fire truck. Needless to say, a 1971 Chevy rebuilt fire truck. At some point, it needs to get replaced. I'll be totally honest that if you know, if this vehicle goes into failure right now, I am not going to fix it, but I will be looking for funds to replace a forest fire truck. The $100,000 is just a kind of a shot in the dark on how much it is. I could go with you know, an F550 with all the full works with the pump in the back and stuff like that, and hose and reels. But then I could scale it down to an F350 and have it a little bit more versatile. You know, 4 wheels instead of 6 wheels on the first option. You know, we could bring that down to about $70,000. So obviously, you know, I can't forecast what's going to happen in 2023, but this is our plan. This is my thought. And as we move forward, and again, in priority 3 is, again, the radios and $20,000 line item. Mr. Chairman, 24, if you could. I'm going to shrink this up. All right, so 24, slide that up there. And here we are, 4 years into, here we are with that. And that 375 is a 5% increase, you know, over the last time we purchased an ambulance, which is this year, I hope. So 375 is what we buy a new ambulance. And again, to remind all of you, if we do, I'm just saying, obviously, Ms. Harnois has to have some input in with the town manager on putting some money to the side each year to make this happen. But I think, you know, with a plan in a time frame in how we have this spaced out, this is the best way to do business. So, and again, you'll see the portables and radios for $20,000. 2025, Mr. Chairman, please. Here's the biggie, 2025. Really, it's only 4 years away. $1.2 million for a new tower truck. That's, again, I've given you the idea and the options on how to do that. Obviously, a vehicle that size, we may do a debt exclusion or float a bond or something like that. You know, and again, priority number 2 is $20,000 for radios. That is open for discussion as we move forward. Obviously, you know, we are getting the new ladder truck hopefully by the end of this year. You know, and I have some thoughts and ideas in regards to that. But let's get the new ladder truck, and then we'll talk about, you know, how we can adjust maybe next year's 2022 capital request to a little bit less of a vehicle, because we may get some trade-ins on some other things to make this all work. So 2026, base radio and tower server upgrades. All of our radio system is run by 3 different sites around town. And this would give us an upgrade to bring all of our existing equipment, which is from early 2000s, to bring everything upgraded. Each site is about probably $35,000 to $40,000, even though that one of the sites would be a little bit less because it's only a receiver site. But again, the technology is there, and we do need to upgrade it. We just can't wait till it breaks, to be honest with you. So that one's, I estimated, again, that's 5 years away or 6 years away by the years, $100,000. I think thinking outside the box, I've done a little bit of that. Actually, I've done quite a bit of it and done a little bit of research in regards to purchasing vehicles through lease. Leases, as you very well know, as a commercial, as a customer doing a lease, that the way they do it for municipalities is a little bit different. You can lease that vehicle for a 3 or a 4 year period. And then at the end of the lease, you don't get charged any mileage at all. You don't get, even if you go over the excessive mileage amount, they don't charge you extra for that. In the vehicle you own for $1 when the lease is up. A little bit different than a customary program that you would get if you were to go to Ford or Lincoln or wherever you're going to go, or Chevy as a customer. Municipalities specializes in this. There are programs out there that make these leases a little bit more lucrative for a town to save a little bit of money and fund other things when you're not coming into them for $500,000. That is not off the table. I'll do anything that you guys need me to get these larger ticket items, and this could apply to the DPW with some of their bigger vehicles too. I can tell you the town of Auburn does a lot of this leasing to purchase, or lease to purchase after the fact. Mr. Chairman, I've had conversation with you about this several times, but I don't know if that's what a town wants to get into. That would be you guys' decision. Ultimately, you're probably going to spend 2% more for the vehicle at the end instead of purchasing it. So at the end of the lease, you'll spend about 2% more of the price after the 3 or 5 year lease, whatever the term is. But then that gives you the ability to purchase other things throughout the town. And also, if you purchase it right out, now you've got to come up with the $500,000. I hope that's clear the way I described it, but that's pretty much it. It took me about 9 minutes to explain that. Fire department, and I don't know about the other departments, I've had a plan and I've had some thoughts and ideas outside the box. Thank you for letting me put these out there. And if I upset somebody, I'm sorry, but we need to really think outside the box to get these financials and the needs of each department out there. Thank you. Jack, you're muted.
Thank you, Chief. Councilor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Though it may not have anything to do with this year's fiscal year coming up, or even my time on the council, I've made it very clear to the town manager and a few others. Hopefully, when this medical marijuana retail opens up, we can see some of these funds, even though I know they'll go into a general fund. I'd like to see some of these funds going into some of the accounts for the first responders, police, and fire departments, since this is what it should be used for. But I just wanted to make note of that so it's on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Marquetti.
I can absolutely see the need for radios. That's absolutely a must. I mean, I know that reading the stories from 9/11, that was one of the biggest problems, that the radios didn't work. So yeah, I absolutely agree. The issue that some people in town have with all these extra vehicles is that the fire chief has a vehicle, the lieutenant fire chief has a vehicle, the inspector has a vehicle. There are just too many vehicles. And what I think, I don't want to speak for all residents, but a lot of residents that speak to me about it, they think there should just be one good vehicle for the department. The ambulance, absolutely. If you need an ambulance, I think we should buy a new ambulance. If you are making $1 million, I mean, I don't remember seeing that anywhere. It could be, just I don't recall seeing that we're making $1 million. If we are, then great. Then that should be used for the new ambulance. I know a lot of people, when we have a lot of fires in town, a lot of other communities are always responding as well. So that's something that, you know, if you want to do a lease, then maybe we should keep that in mind, because we are getting help from other communities that are always there. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Town Manager, you had something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need to explain this $1 million that Councilor Marchetti and the fire chief is talking about. So you clearly understand that how this works, right? So the ambulance goes out on calls and they bill insurance companies. We get revenues from that, right? So certain amount of money on every call comes in, assuming that people have insurance and stuff, and that goes into the ambulance revenues, and that is part of a general fund revenue for the town, right? So that pays for, I don't know if it's half or a big section of the cost of the operating the fire department. What the chief would like to do, and frankly, a lot of departments would like to do this, is they would like to take a part of that revenue for their own department and let's say set aside, let's just say $300,000 from that $1 million revenue that goes in the general fund and use that money to eventually buy a new ambulance. Now that's really, really good. But if you take $300,000 out of that revenue, that means you can do one of two things. You can cut other departments because that money funds the whole town by the amount you put in. So if you put $300,000 aside for ambulances, you either cut $300,000 someplace else, or you have to raise more taxes, because that $300,000 of revenue is calculated in our tax rate. So it sounds nice. I don't really like that theory of using revenues. If a particular department brings in revenues, that department kind of gets to keep a part of those revenues. You know, I've had tax offices make that kind of analysis. You know, we bring in millions and millions of dollars for the tax office. We should get more money for the tax office because we're bringing in millions of dollars. It really doesn't work like that. The money goes into a general revenue account, and you guys as town councils disperse that according to what you think the priorities are. So if you think the priorities are an ambulance, then you fund an ambulance. If you think it's a DPW truck, you fund a DPW truck. But we don't allow departments to take specific revenues they collect and allocate it towards their own needs. That's something that the council makes as a whole, makes that kind of decision. But I understand why the chief wants to do that. That's something that a lot of departments like to do. But I really think that decision-making should not be made in a revolving account, but should be made among town councils when they're ready to decide how they want to allocate funds.
Okay. Go down. Councilor Daniel, any questions? No. Councilor Nash, any questions?
Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Manna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. It's just touching off something Councilor Adams said with regards to the marijuana, putting money away from the marijuana revenue. Are we allowed to do that because of the conflict with the law? And I know, like, the police department, they have to abide by federal law. So I'm just curious. I mean, I have no problem with it. I just want to make sure that we are able to do that.
So as of now, we have $0 of revenue from marijuana sales. Obviously, none of them are up and open yet. You know, me and the finance director have allowed to talk about this. We can't even talk about allocating money until we actually have a handle as to how much money comes in and what the history of that money is. In theory, that 3% is supposed to be used for maintaining services that are changed as a result of that marijuana facility. Is it going to change the amount of police we need? Is it going to change the infrastructure? What it's going to require? There's supposed to be cost of that facility is supposed to be used for that money. Public safety clearly is one of the ways we allocate that money, but frankly, I don't think it's a good thing to talk about until we actually know what those numbers are. And to date, we have no idea what that revenue might be. For the medical marijuana, it's 3% of gross sales. For recreational, it'll eventually be 3% fee directly from the company, and then an additional 3% from the state. So it'll be a total of 6%. But the town can allocate and spend that money how it sees fit. I don't think there's going to be a lot of requirements as to how you do it. And council will make that decision once they know the money's there, you know?
Okay, so I just want to make sure that because of the federal conflict and the I know the police department, they're sworn to uphold the federal constitution as well as the state constitution. I just want to make sure that there's no conflict. And I understand we're not getting any revenue from this yet, but it's just a question, and I just don't want it to come back at us at one time, and or the future council.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman. So, Councilman, you're absolutely right that there's some conflict between the federal government and state government as it deals with these marijuana facilities, but that shouldn't have any impact to the revenue coming in to the town. That's a really state and town issue. But you're right, as it does have impact on how they bank and how they borrow money, and a variety of different problems result from the conflict between federal and state government on this issue. But I don't believe any of those type of conflicts will have any impact on Southbridge whatsoever.
Okay, I just don't, I know Colorado had issues. I mean, they were the Golden State. And so I know they had issues, and I just want to make sure that we're prepared for anything that might come blindsiding us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Steves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions that actually go more to Paul and ultimately to Shane as well when we get to his point. Paul, you mentioned that the ambulance has a 4-year cycle. What were you basing that on, for starters?
Chief?
Yeah, I'm just making sure my mic is on. So yeah, the 4-year cycle is, if we had 3 ambulance, it's actually a 12-year cycle as we move through. So we buy an ambulance now. The ambulance now that we have will be ready for replacement after 12 years. 12 years on transporting patients is actually quite a length of time to have a vehicle of doing that much call volume. Industry standards actually has a population and a call volume like ours. We're supposed to be replacing them every 10 years. As you very well know, we've learned this, and I said this the last couple of meetings. As they get to about 8 or 9 years old in current times, they increase mileage, increase wear and tear. And if it gets too bad, the state OEMS department, who inspects our vehicles, they certify our vehicles. They have a tendency of finding things and putting the vehicles out of service. And it's happened already. So it's actually a 12-year cycle, but for one ambulance, it's every 4 years. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah,
that helps. Yes, thank you. And the other thing I was wondering about, and this would be for both you and the police department eventually, is while you were talking, I'd looked up something about idling reduction and power management systems. It's one of the things that you and Shane and Ron, or whoever ends up being town manager, might want to look into grants to get power management systems so that you don't have to idle the vehicles as long. That'll help expand their lifespans. I know that I think it was Oxford is in the process of doing that now. So that the state does offer grants for those kinds of things. And I just emailed you and Shane and Ron about federal energy I don't know if it's a program or at least federal energy department talking specifically about those kinds of things. Okay. So hopefully we can find out some way to do something like that and make them last longer. Other than that, that's all I had at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Petrino?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have nothing at this time. I'll reserve to the end. Thanks.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else? I catch everybody. All right. Thank you, Chief. The one comment that I just want to make is when it comes to income, I understand the town manager's point about not wanting to say that so much money goes, to a specific department. But let's be honest, the ambulance receipts fund the fire department, because 1 million in, overall budget roughly $2 million. I mean, half of it goes to the fire department. I think the point I would like to say is, and to Councilor Adams' point as well, with and possibly what Councilor Nash said too, is when you look at these plans, you sit there going, okay, if out of the operating budget in FY 23, say, is that I anticipate putting, say, $10,000 or $15,000 out of the operating budget. And the reason I can say that is because I'm going to anticipate increase in ambulance runs because I have increased capacity. So I think that's the type of thing when you get into the conversation about how to fund it. That's my thought process anyway, but we can reserve that for further conversation. So with that, I'll move to the police chief, Chief Whitson.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, just through you, if you can put mine up on the screen too, just so I can make sure that we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
So the first item for FY21, and I'll go over this real quick for you, members of the council, Mr. Chair. The 2 police cruisers that we request every year, a department my size, and most of you have heard me say this before, I probably should be asking you for 3, but out of respect for the finances in the community, I go with 2. We're able to maintain that fleet specifically because we have a great fleet mechanic. We're very lucky to have them. And we run cars, and kind of just to touch a little bit on what Councilor Steve just said earlier, a rotation plan. You know, the standard in the industry is usually you start rotating cars out of your fleet 50 to 60,000 miles of service because they're hard miles. We have cars in our fleet with 100,000, 110,000, and we bring them, basically they're brought to the boneyard just for scrap metal because you can no longer drive them anymore. The second part of that capital plan was radios. And to answer Councilor Catrona's questions earlier in this meeting, we're doing that in phases. Originally, we were buying radios. And again, a lot of you have already heard all this stuff. For years, since I was a police officer here, we were buying a $700 or $800 version of a portable radio. I was never aware that there was any issue with that, but they were never public safety grade radios. When I took over as chief in 2016, I looked into it a little bit further. And everybody that I talked to in the industry, people that know far more about radios than I do, including our fire chief, it said that we were using radios that were not suitable for public safety use. So the cost went from, again, say $700 or $800 a radio to about $2,600 a radio if you get a good quality public safety grade radio. So with all that said, we need 38 because we have 38 police officers. We have 32. So I need 6 more and at about $2,600 and some change a piece. That's why you see that $16,000 line item right there. The pandemic has obviously changed my parking lot. We put in the request. I put it in every single year, at least since I've been the chief. I know my predecessor also did it. That parking lot was paved in about 23 years ago, and it is absolutely needs to be done. It was in the facilities management as an urgent need of repair. There's some moon-sized craters back there. But again, a current situation, I get it, but every single year I keep coming back, I'll keep asking for it. To kind of shift gears, our animal kennel, and I don't want to beat this thing up too bad tonight, but I will tell you that, because I know, just to answer Councilor Marchetti's questions, the original cost of that project is about $345,000, $350,000, as I was told by the engineer who designed and did this whole building for us. Because we're using Baypath, we're saving about $125,000 by using schools. So our total cost is about $220,000. We have $130,000. 60 was from a donation of a woman that lives in our community, an animal lover, obviously. 70,000 the town has already allocated. So I'm just, and I estimate about 10,000 in furniture. I don't know. I don't build buildings. I'm not in construction, but I'm estimating we have really nothing to put in that building right now. So we needed about another 100,000 this year that I requested in capital that was denied. And I got to tell you, in a community our size, we right now are using Oxford's animal kennel, and every single animal in that kennel is Southbridge's. And at some point, Oxford is going to stop being nice to us. And I don't know how we haven't gotten in trouble already. We do not have anywhere to hold animals. We have Southbridge is a very, very busy community, and we're using neighboring communities to use their structures. And at some point, our luck's going to run out. We've used Sturbridge, we've used Charlton, and now we're in Oxford. So at some point, we're going to have to address this. The kennel comes out of the police capital part. I seem to take the hit on that. It's not really a police department project. It's a town project. It's not like I'm here asking for cruisers or, parking lots and new structures. This is an animal control project. She just happens to work under my authority. So I think the town is going to absolutely have to revisit this at some point. We're kind of in a holding pattern now because of the pandemic and all the work Baypath was supposed to have done for us already. It's not being done right now because no one's in school. Hopefully they're in school in September, but this pushes back a lot of their projects. So It's not like it's absolutely urgent right now that we need to sit here tonight and make this $100,000 decision on a kennel. But most of you councils that'll be here next year, you're going to hear me say the same thing. We need a kennel. It needs to be done as soon as possible. Jack, I don't know if you want any questions on. You want to go on FY22 quickly, or?
I guess a couple of questions, Chief, that came up earlier is the movement of purchased in FY19. What were those? Were those originally on a plan and got funded earlier than you anticipated?
Yes, some of the things that were moved, what happened is as we got to the end of the fiscal year, we had done transfers from one account to another to buy them now, so I wouldn't have to come back and ask for them in a capital plan.
Okay. All right. So 2022.
And again, I will go over this quickly because I know you guys do not want to listen to me talk all night. In FY22, and obviously this is subject to change, the world, with everything going on right now, it's unprecedented, so I get it. But my original request for FY22 is 3 vehicles. Our Kevlar vest, which a lot of people might not understand, it expires. There's an expiration date on it. So I put in for 38 bulletproof vests for police officers. That's the full cost. A lot of times the federal government, and since I've been here in 1995, the federal government has usually stepped in and helped out with these purchases, but that's assuming that they will not. So that's why the full cost is there. So that number is subject to change. I'm just looking, Jack, to make sure. The Polaris machine, again, and I can go over this line by line. Weapons, our weapons systems were last upgraded about 10 years ago. So I want to revisit it next year. Not might, I want to. Our communication center tower, that would be phase 2 of our radio project. And again, I don't know where all this is going with the current situation that we're in. Okay. 23 again, the vehicles. Our fleet right now, when I took over as lieutenant way back in 2009, that feels like a long time ago, we assign cruisers to police officers now, 2 to 3 on every vehicle. It has seemed to have it's increased their life, believe it or not. When police officers have equipment assigned to them, they take care of it, they clean it, they don't leave garbage in it, they don't beat the machines up. They take a little pride and ownership in it. So I think it was a good move on the town's part. And that's kind of extended the longevity of some of our vehicles. But again, in FY23, I have 3, and we'll have to hit, that's a hit or miss. We'll see what happens with it a couple of years from now. Our roof design, again, our building was built in 1997. And I was told during the facilities management report that we would need to have that roof replaced. Again, that's an estimate on what the actual cost will be for that. Windows are going to need to be done, painting and things like that for FY23. And FY24, again, a little bit easier to go through this than the fire department because I think their equipment and their apparatus is much more complicated than mine. Again, 3 vehicles and just upgrading ourselves and things like that. And you look at that price for painting, you think, wow, that's crazy. That's about the average cost right now because they have to do, and it's like several coats of an epoxy because it has to be, it can't be chipped. It has to be chip resistant. It has to fall under all the DPH for holding prisoners and things like that. So that's a pretty expensive project. We've done it once and we'll have to do it again. And again, vehicles in 25. The portable radios we scratched because I believe, and I think I heard the fire chief say it earlier, we're good for about 10 years on portable radios, I hope. And then the IT upgrades is just what I'm predicting we'll need by the time we get to FY25. Some of our IT infrastructure in our police stations are already older. So by FY25, we'll absolutely need to be replaced. And again, the same thing in FY26. IT upgrades, flooring replacement. That's just, rugs and tile, VC tile and things like that. Some of the tile in our building by FY26 is the original. And it's been there since 1997. That's just, if I could predict what we need, that's what we would need from now for FY26.
Okay. Questions, Councilor Marquetti?
No, I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Daniel?
Nope, I'm all set. Thank you.
Councilor Adams?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the chief, and I think I asked him this last year, or maybe had a conversation. When's the last time you purchased bulletproof vests?
We did the bulletproof vest purchase through a grant, I believe, 4 or 5 years ago. And next year, and again, it's the expiration date. You and I did have this conversation. You're correct. The expiration date would be next year, summer next year, summer the year after. So we're working right now through the bulletproof. There's a bulletproof vest account. I can't think of the exact name for the federal government. Every year we buy vests, we always get reimbursed. But, you know, knock on wood, I don't want to assume anything. The federal government always reimburses us for half. So we only spend half the money, and then we end up returning the other half. But that's just to make sure that we have, in case we have to incur the full cost.
No, those plates they're replaceable inside the vest, correct?
Yes, but the actual, and I know you're familiar with this through your previous career, the actual vest component, the Kevlar, not the plate, the entire vest component has to be replaced. As far as the ballistic shield and things like that, you can't just replace the trauma plate. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the more on for you or for the police themselves, because once that Kevlar gets wet, it doesn't need to be hit or anything like that. But once it gets wet, it becomes compromised automatically.
And through you, Mr. Chair, even when it does get wet, well, in the weather, we're usually covered up. The guys and girls tend to stay pretty with the outer clothing, tends to usually keep that vest pretty much intact. So, but just it's over the years, the wear and the tear and the perspiration and things like that. That's why, in my opinion, I don't even know if Kevlar really ever expires. But they're telling us in the industry that it expires, so we have to replace it.
I'm just thinking if there was if you had to purchase more than just a 38, but what you're saying is the entire vest has to be replaced. All right. So, okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the police chief for concise, quick summation of what he's presented through the town manager and the capital project requests. I couldn't agree with him more that we've been working, others have been working, I can't really include myself except for being part of committee and council on this animal shelter. Animal control needs support. That's a project that I don't think really needs to stall at this stage. He is so right in saying that this one can't wait. So I'd love to have a continued conversation on that one particular bullet point. Otherwise, I appreciate the fine points and abbreviated presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman?
No, I'm all set. I thank you, Chief Woodson, for summarizing, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Councilor Steves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had one quick question. You mentioned the communications center tower in a couple of years. I was wondering how that works in with the high-rise microwave tower that you guys are supposed to be putting up. Whatever happened to that anyway? And
you know, through you, Mr. Chair, that issue, and again, I've said this 100 times, that was a very complex issue, but that microwave dish is now on that roof and it is working. And that was an absolute act of Congress, and I'm not even being dramatic about getting that thing up on that roof and running. This tower that we would like to get eventually at our police station is what our manager and what the fire chief have told me in our discussions on this dispatch project that we're in now. That would overall, in the entire community, increase coverage townwide. That's why we're looking in the future. We're just thinking in phases, because we certainly didn't want to come to town council and ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars for one project. So we're trying to space it out over the years to keep the money at a reasonable number. But that tower would essentially work in conjunction with what's already at 60 Charlton Street. With all the work and the effort and the calls that had to be made to get that up and running on 60 Charlton, we're never getting rid of that. We're going to keep that there as long as we can.
So if you were to get this communications tower on the police department, would it end up covering all of the gaps that they are currently issued that currently exist in town?
Well, and I see the fire chief shaking his head. So I'll use the old, our former fire chief, Mark DeFranzo, used to tell me to educate me on radios. Cell phone towers spend billions of dollars a year, cell phone companies, and they still not cell coverage everywhere. So the same thing applies with radio coverage. We could spend all the money that we want. We'll never, no town that I know, no town that I've worked in our city has coverage everywhere. There's going to unfortunately be soft spots. but we're trying to minimize them with this tower.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Catrona?
Thank you, Chief. Nothing at this time.
Thank you. So the only comment that I would like to make, and thank you, Chief, again for your concise, and hopefully the other department heads took note of that so that we can go quickly on this, but with due diligence. This is the one thing that I think that I struggle with is the cruisers, the fact that those are in the line item every year, and to try to get that out of free cash. That's a line item that used to be in the operating budget, was taken out of the operating budget, and somehow this year is probably not the year to do it, but would be somewhere where we would try to get it back into the operating budget, because you just turn those over so quickly that's something there. This town manager, did you have something to add?
No, I'm getting ready for the next department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chief Woodson.
Thank you.
And I agree on the town, the animal shelter. That's further discussion on that to Councilor Nash's point. So I guess the next one is inspections department.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So the inspection department for the next 5 years, the only request is for capital item is removing blighted buildings. As I said, we're not funding anything for this year. I think it's in there for purposes of discussion each year, depending upon how many buildings get ripped down and, do they need more money or not? But that's the only thing through the first 5 years from the inspectional services department.
Okay, thank you. And we'll have the conversation on the capital outlay. Economic development. Was there anybody from economic development?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll take care of this one too. So economic development, the first year, there's nothing for economic development, no request. The second year is an issue that we've talked about a number of times, trying to get some seed money for the redevelopment authority to purchase strategic property. Rosemary's put $100,000 in for that project. We also talked about giving him a piece of property they could sell to utilize that money for economic development as well, or for the redevelopment authority as well. Fiscal year 23, there's nothing for economic development. Fiscal year 24 is to update the townwide master plan. The current one is 11 years old in 2024, and it's recommended they be updated every 10 years. There's 175 grand put in for that. That's sort of a normal process for updating the master plan. Let me see if there's anything in fiscal year 25. Nothing in fiscal year 25, and I don't believe there's anything in fiscal year 26 either. Economic development. Nope, and nothing in fiscal year 26 either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions? If you turn on your cameras, just give me a quick wave. I'll look down.
That's just good.
Councilor Steves?
Yeah, I just had one quick, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but when you mentioned updating the master plan, I remember the whole process that we went through. But one of the things we definitely need to do before we update that is we need to have a clear list of what actually has been done, what's still in the process, what has kind of dropped by the wayside and stuff like that. Because it seems like I know in the past I've thrown a few references to master plans in the last couple of years as even low-hanging fruit that, as far as I know, haven't even been done yet. So I like the idea of doing master plans. It's because we need to have some sort of a plan, but it doesn't do any good if it just sits there and gathers dust.
Mr. Chairman.
That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, just if Councilor Steves would remember, the master plan had sat on the shelf for 2 years before I came into office. I actually developed a project plan, if you remember correctly, working with all the department heads as sort of a master planning committee. And we did a tremendous amount of work that was on that master plan. We spent a great deal of time going through town council subcommittees and going through a project plan that I had developed and talking about it. In fact, a lot of that low-hanging fruit was completed. I would say that probably 75% of that plan we had moved forward with and accomplished, but there were a lot of big things on there that we never got to. But if you remember, that was probably a 10-page Microsoft project presentation that I did for the P&D committee a couple of different times.
You all set, Councilor Steve?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, I have my hand up and.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to scroll down because I only have a limit. Go ahead, Councilman.
That's okay. Thank you to you, Mr. Chair. So I forget how much money exactly is in the blighted account for the inspections, and because it goes back to something that Councilor Marquetti, or was it no, maybe Councilor Steve said, with regards to if we continue to fund it and we're not using it, then we shouldn't be funding it. So I just want to know how much money is in that account. I don't need a whole 5-minute speech. Just want to know how much money.
Go ahead. Through you, Mr. Chairman. So if I recall, and Karen may have the exact number, but around $500,000 is left in that account. He's got a number of buildings that are already slated to be taken down, and he's going through the court system to do it. So a significant part of it, I think, is going to be used the next year or two, but then there's still probably money that's not allocated quite yet. And that's, I think, the Chairman, Jovan, wants to talk about that later.
Yeah, Councilman, from what I have from the reports that we had, $478,430.52.
That's the exact
account.
Okay, that's a lot of money because this was being funded, and I guess you said you're going to talk on that.
Yeah, in the capital outlay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we've been funding that for a few years now, and I mean, in the beginning we used some of it, but now it doesn't seem like it's at a standstill, and just like. Wait, I'm not done. It's very disheartening to see that. And while we're on the subject of blight, if you go down Worcester Street, as you come close to the Extra Mart there, maybe just past or before Henry Fields, the entrance there, there's a vacant lot that is completely filled with trash. So, I mean, that's something that blighted account possibly could take care of because it's an eyesore for the community and it's a disgrace for the neighbors.
Okay. You all set, Councilman?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pelletier, you had your hand up, and I'll go to Ms. Clements.
I did, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this. We have not taken any down. We had 3 slotted to come down this spring. We were working on the courts closed with this COVID thing and put us in a tailspin. So we are looking to move more towards the fall, but we do have 3 of them targeted. On average, they seem to be taking anywhere from $50,000 to $60,000 to take them down. So for this round, we were expecting to spend between $150,000 and $200,000 on them.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Clements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And earlier I had technical difficulties, so I switched laptops. So thank you. And some of my questions just got answered. Councilor Manna was talking about the account, which I was going to refer to. I did want to correct one thing that was said earlier on. The town manager had commented about the monies, and the reason for not taking buildings down is that, construction and the COVID. I just want to point out that essential businesses is one of those essential businesses that, as a matter of fact, have picked up, not taken down. So Director Pelletier mentioned that the court system is backed up. If indeed the homes that he was looking to take down now were in the court system, that's one thing. But construction is an essential business and is working locally. It is working locally, and it's an essential business. So I just wanted to, according to the governor's orders that I have in front of me. So just wanted to hold on. That's why some companies are providing for construction industry, because it's not just the state construction that's working. There is local construction working. So, albeit with some issues, I'm sure. But just commenting, this would be a great time for the director to be spending lots of extra time putting together the plans to make sure that it happens expediently. Or that $500,000, in my opinion, I think you need to hang on to it. Don't take anything down, because you're going to have a lot of shortfalls, as we know, in the budget because of COVID, as has been explained. And I would, that's a lot of money that we might need. Just saying.
Mr. Town Manager.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, and maybe Heather can answer the question. My understanding in the construction is that any kind of state construction, roads, important infrastructure at the airport, that construction can occur, but general construction, I was told, cannot occur. Maybe Heather can clarify it. I know that the former chair is correct that a significant amount of construction is ongoing, but I'm also pretty clear that things like residential housing tearing down, I don't believe is considered essential.
Go ahead, Mr. Pelletier. I think you had a response. I think I saw your hand go up.
I did, Chairman. The state specifically said that any construction that has anything to do with residential expansion is allowed. Renovation of existing residential is allowed, and anything public safety is allowed. So if you're doing a commercial building that has one apartment in it, it's allowed. If you have an open structure, it's allowed to close the structure and make it safe. So the definition by the governor is very broad, and it allows for a lot of interpretation by us. Our intention is not to shut down or to shut down as little construction as possible. The economic health of the town is as important to us as the physical health of the town. So it's specific to residential and to public safety.
Thank you, Andy. And he's correct. The courts are closed, so that's the major impediment to get anything ordered. So, but your point is well taken, Mrs. Clements, about holding on to enough money, and we'll have that conversation in a little bit. So,
yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll move on to.
No, I got another question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I have a little strep, so I have to keep scrolling up and down. So go ahead, Councilman.
No, that's okay. I'm sorry. I know you're sharing your screen, so it makes it a little bit more difficult. So, I mean, if we have almost $500,000 in there, and the courts just got shut down in March, I'm assuming March, then what happened before then? Because unless they just got bogged, you know, throughout the last couple years. I mean, they weren't bogged down for 2 years. I guess that's a point that should be made. This money that we have sitting in for blight and the 3 buildings that we have on hold can't all be due because of the COVID. I'm sorry. I just can't blame it all on that. Not with that much money sitting in that account.
Okay. Thank you. We'll follow up that conversation on the capital outlay, but I understand your points and they're well taken. All right. Any further? I'm going through. Okay, one more time. And none. Move on to information technology. Is that Will? Will?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. He's on the call.
Thank you. Will?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So let's see. First, let me recap real quickly, too.
Go ahead.
Recap real quickly fiscal year 2020, our capital budget. I think we had 19,000. We replaced PCs with Windows 10 PCs. We replaced 2 new domain controllers with Server 2019. And we moved our Exchange email from local Exchange to the cloud, Exchange Online, which incidentally was supposed to be happening tonight. I think it's going to get delayed a couple of days. We ran into a few glitches. So that's what we did last year. 2021, this year, originally I planned a new ESX host, which means a new server. But by moving the Exchange from our internal server to the cloud, I think that freed up some of our computing space and gives us a little extra time so we don't have to do that. So I've reprioritized a little bit to some other things. What I planned on doing with the money in 2021, which is also in the free cash allocation, I plan on enhancing security. I have a program for end user training, simulated phishing campaign, dark web monitoring, annual end user security training, security assessment, and so forth. In addition, we have our SAN, which is our storage area network. We put that into place in 2016. That's going to need some upgrades. I plan on doing some additional PCs this year, and possibly a telephone upgrade or maybe modular on that. And I believe that amount is for 2021 is $20,000. In 2022, I have no request, so we should be good to go there. In 2023, so we plan on, we'll have to replace our servers again, possibly the SAN. That'll be almost 7 years old on all of our equipment, and also some additional PCs. In 2024, we had been talking for a long time about installing a generator at the town hall for non-interrupted power supply. A lot of reasons for that, but one of which was we host our email exchange in the town hall. One of the things that we did currently, as I just mentioned, we're moving our exchange email to Microsoft in the cloud. So that'll alleviate a little bit of the pressure for that on that generator. We still may want to do it, and $95,000, quite frankly, may not be enough, but that's the 24 request. 25, I have some more money for switches, firewall, other network equipment. You can't define it all each year, but that's computers and whatever other pieces have reached their end of life. And in 2026, pretty much the same thing, PCs and other network equipment. So there's just a couple of things I wanted to mention. With this, and as long as I've been doing this, I try to plan life cycles for a strategically planned replacement. It doesn't always work, but we rarely have an emergency because something wasn't planned for. Our PCs are normally planned to be replaced every 5 to 6 years. 5 to 6 years. Some of them make it that long. Some of them make it longer on a low impact, low use environment. But everything is planned. And so that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Will. Questions? No. Council Daniel, no? All set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Yeah. Council Adam?
All set. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Nash?
All set. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Council Manor?
I'm all set. Thank you. Thank you, Will.
Thank you. Let's see. Councilor Steves?
Yeah, one quick thing. I don't know if this is so much a comment or a question, but I was thinking that I like the idea that you're talking about doing some sort of a generator, but I think it maybe make more sense in terms of not only for IT purposes, but for other emergency purposes. If you and Shane and Paul work together and see if we can push that one back toward like 2021, 2022. Because we do need to have power if something should happen to the town hall, we lose everything as far as power goes. So I think we need, having a generator could also help to serve purpose for emergency uses, for if we should ever need, I don't know why we would, but if we should ever need to use the town hall for shelter or something like that. I know we have the community center, but you know, who knows what's going to happen, especially with weird weather and all this kind of stuff. So I think having a generator should be a closer priority than when we put it in that cycle there. Just my comment.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilor Steves. I think we've had a couple issues there where we had to go down, so that should be maybe the FY22 kind of move it up and do whatever we have to do with DPW to take a look at what the needs of what that electrical load would be and how much it would be, at least to get a quick quote sooner than later to alleviate. It's a point well taken, Councilor Steves. Councilor Catrona, anything?
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it.
Just one thing, if I may. I'm more than happy to put it into the 2020 spot and work towards it.
Okay. Yeah, it's something we'll take a look at and go through. Chief Normandy?
Just a quick comment. I do agree with the comments that were made in regards to the generator. The building is valuable to us, whether we're using it as an emergency operations center or a shelter. But I would just want to bring up the other fact that Will did bring up of talking about phone systems. I think if we're going to start replacing phone systems, we should get together as a group do a town-wide phone system. We could work with Charter Spectrum or Verizon phone company. I think that is going to be a much larger nut to crack. Again, probably closer to $50,000 to $75,000 to do the whole town. That's just a rough estimate. My dealings over the last 2 weeks with getting the final steps of the dispatch center move accomplished, I've found a lot of hurdles, and my system at the fire station isn't even close to the system at the police station. But again, with some experience, we can go into a longer conversation about that. But I think it's important, if we're doing phone systems, it should be town-wide. And we can save some money that way too, instead of individual departments doing their own thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for Will? All right. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is library.
Yeah, Margaret's on the line, Mr. Chairman, so she can go through the 6-year plan with you.
All right, Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, town councillors and town manager. So my first comments would be just to mention and to remind everybody that when the facilities management survey was done a few years back, the library was rated as got a rating of good, which indicated that we were taking care of things. It's a 106-year-old building, so it does need tender loving care. And I think the fact that we're able every year to put some money into replenishing resources and looking after the building has really significantly helped the building along. And I appreciate the funding that has been given to date. And my request this evening is as follows. For FY21, I am asking for a request of $150,000 to do an insulation project. Looking at the energy costs of the building, and a few years back we had a survey done by Building Evolution, which is a local company in the area. It's from Sutton. They registered our temperature and relative humidity at over 80%, and the recommended level is 60%. So I'm asking, and I think it also is in line with being a green community and aspiring towards being green and, you know, looking after energy seepage and leakage, that I think installing a thermal and air barrier between the floors would actually make a significant savings for the town. Shall I move on then to FY22? Mr. Chair? Okay, FY22. We have some requests here for a perimeter wall, which is in 2 sections, and it's at the north side of the parking lot. The reason why this has gotten moved already is because I'm seeing developments at Wardwell Court, which we are contiguous to. And if there was ever changes in Wardwell Court, it could have a significant impact on the library. And it's something I've been watching. And as you may remember, the trustees, the Board of Trustees of the library a few years back actually bought one of the buildings and the town raised it. So the town actually owns 2 of the properties there. And if you look at the footprint, you know, it could be developed in a different way. And that's why I'm holding off on the wall, because maybe the town might see its way to owning more of the property, and it could be developed, as I say, in a more strategic way for the library and for the community. I'm also asking for funding for repairing and painting the windows in the original building, which is from 1914. And as I mentioned, that's 106 years old. So that's a project that I think they're beautiful sash windows. They give great light. It's a very big feature of the library, and it also looks wonderfully when we have exhibits. So there's a total there of 3,600 submitted, and then also the soffits around the building we would like to look after as well at a cost of 3,000. Moving on to FY23, we have a rolled rubber roof, which is a flat roof with rolled rubber on it called EPDM. And anytime any contractor ever comes and goes up on that roof, they always mention the poor design of the roof. So that's what we start out with. And we're trying to work on that. But rolled rubber roofs have only about 15 years of a lifespan. And our renovation or upgrade to the building took place in 2000. So we're already past that lifespan. And some repairs have been done. And we've managed rather well. And thanks to the DPW for their assistance as well on that. But I'm thinking that by 2023, we should start looking at the rolled rubber roof replacement. And I've estimated 175,000 for that. So then moving on to FY24, as I mentioned, the parking lot and the retaining wall are kind of related because obviously the retaining wall is the boundary wall for the parking lot. So again, if there was if there was developments going on at Wardwell Court, it would have a significant impact. And I would like us as a community to start looking at contiguous properties and seeing how we could work to develop those. And I learned with great dismay that the property that is at the edge of the parking lot was sold again just 2 years ago. And, the trustees were interested in bidding on that at one point. And I just want to say publicly that it would be great to get involved with, any developments around the properties that the town owns, because we may be able to avert some of the blight that we're experiencing. And so it could have a double whammy as well as improve our own properties. And let's face it, we're talking about our assets, and the library building is worth $5 million, I think, in the assessor's rolls. This is something that we need to continue to fund the maintenance and look after, because it really, truly, you couldn't build that building today in terms of some of the wonderful features that we have. And I think we all recognize it as one of the buildings in town that has some really nice historical impact on the Victorian downtown. Moving on to 25, the request is for 168,000 divided up between the replacement of the elevator, landscaping, and a telephone system. First of all, I'd like to agree with Chief Normandin and say I think a townwide system would be better. First of all, it would be interoperable, and we would have a much better communication system. So I would like to, subscribe to anything that might be done in other departments and to get involved with that. The landscaping, the $5,000 that was put in for that, by 2025, the renovated building will be 25 years having been done. And, the outside needs to be maintained just as much as the inside of the building. The elevator being the big ticket item, it's a safety feature. It's something we have to have for ADA, and they're very expensive. And that's why it's $160,000. We have managed okay up to now, but we're finding it difficult to get parts because it's an older system. And the system we have needs to be reset every month. And I had a conversation with one of the town councillors since the operation budget was discussed at subcommittee, and there's a monthly charge for an elevator company to come and reset the elevator. It's because when the town was buying the elevator originally, they decided to go with a lower price elevator for the purchase and then do maintenance every month, as opposed to paying for a more expensive elevator and not having the ongoing maintenance. So it's just whichever way you slice it, you're paying the money, but it's just how you do it, and the process is, what's being discussed here. Lastly, FY26, I am asking for $50,000. I just realized somehow this escaped me when I was looking at this budget earlier. The $50,000 for the replacement of 2 of the rooftop units for the HVAC. I think in December we proved that we need to think about replacing of the HVAC. They were all, we have 5 rooftop units. They were all installed at the same time in the 1998 to 2000 renovation. We are lucky that we've got as many years out of the rooftop number 2, which was just replaced. They're going to finish on Wednesday. But that means that hopefully that was the lemon of the bunch and that the others we're going to get a couple of more years from. But I think that we need to start planning on replacing some of the units. So that's where, well, at the moment we are spending 23,000, just under 23,000 to do the replacement of RTU number 2. I've added a small bit on for cost of living. So that's where I got the $50,000 estimate. And I'm withdrawing the air curtain because I've already included in the earlier part of the budget request. So that concludes my requests. I'd be happy to take questions or give any explanations that I can. And thank you for giving me the time to make the pitch.
Thank you, Margaret. Any questions from anybody? Councilor Steves, any questions?
Yeah, thank you. One quick comment, actually. I think I brought this up a couple of meetings back. I think that the library would be an ideal thing for seeking funding through the Mass Historical Commission because there's so many things that need to be done. They all kind of need to be done together. I know you're spacing them out over the course of years for the sake of budgeting, but if we could get it all into one package, maybe we can get some Massachusetts Preservation Projects Fund money for it. The grant round for this year is done because the application deadline was back in March, but when they do have them and they're kind of iffy, they come out not quite every year, but like sometimes it's every year, then they'll skip a year or two. But the rounds are usually in March when they do have them. So of course, with our state budget being the way it is right now, they might not have one next year. But if they do, I think we definitely should look into applying for grant money for the next cycle and then see if we can get all of this stuff done in the library at once, if at all possible. And a lot of this stuff is really necessary. Also, one thing I was pointing out, or was noticing when you went through your list, is replacing the RTUs on the roof. I was curious why you put that a couple of years after replacing the roof itself. Wouldn't that logically go before the roof?
It could. It's when you're planning, you're just taking crystal ball and hoping that you're getting it right. It could go either way, but then we should do all the rooftop. There are 5 rooftop units, 1 being done at the moment. Maybe I should review that now again and maybe push the replacement units up further. But I know there's a hesitation in the town as well to replace things that aren't exactly broken, and you know, it's a difficult situation to figure out, but I'm happy to discuss it, and maybe with the town manager and CFO we can review that again. This request is not set in stone. I'm doing my best to interpret, but I will tell you my qualifications are in library science, not in building projects or anything like that. I just happen to have some knowledge, but it's very limited. And I am not intending doing a building supervisor's license or anything like that. So I am chastened by anything that anybody can add.
Right. Thank you very much. Also, one more question is, I was wondering about the doing the insulation in fiscal 21. What kind of an impact would that have on the roof replacement project? I mean, because I wouldn't want to see a situation where we replace the roof and have problems with the insulation or vice versa. So,
well, this would be done like internally. It wouldn't affect like the roof. It wouldn't be going near the roof area. This would be more like the walls because it's coming out. Okay. I can actually show you the thermal images that were done by Building Evolution, and it's really like alarming to see the color. You know how red the color saturation comes up because of the leakage, and the percentages are there. So it's a big report, but I'd be happy to share it with you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Steves.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Any other councillors? I'm going scrolling up and down. Just Clements? No? Good. Everybody good? Yes.
I would just like to thank Margaret for her overview and her respect for keeping the building looking, you know, toward the future and keeping that building maintained in a preventative way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mana.
Thank you. Yeah, and the point is, I know we've talked about a facilities manager, and certainly we appreciate everything you do to keep the building as best as can. And yes, your expertise is the library. We shouldn't expect you to try to come up with specs and planning on a facilities, but we do appreciate all the hard work that you do on that. So
well, I get a lot of assistance from all the team on the department heads, especially the DPW, I have to admit. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, move on to so Heather, I'm sorry, I'm going to probably take you last because you have so many different groups that you have to take. Is the community center, who is taking the community center?
Mr. Chairman, recreation is next.
And is the recreation director here?
No, I'll take, Patty, you want me to take care of it?
You could take it, Ron. Thank you.
All right, let me take the recreation part, and she could take the community center part. Mr. Chairman, if you want to go along the years with me, fiscal year 2021, it's a replacement of the playground on Main Street. The playground is beyond its useful life. He originally had 30 grand and moved it to 50 grand. I'm not recommending funding that. I took a look at that playground, and while it looks very old, really what it needs is a paint job. The playground equipment itself looked pretty stable and solid to me. Seemed to be workable in every manner, except that the paint is completely worn off of it. Had a lot of discussions with Heather Blakely, our DPW director. And one of the things we're going to have the part-time workers work on is painting that playground. Frankly, I don't see the need to spend 50 grand on replacing it. I think we get a number of years out of it by simply painting it, and it'll look much nicer. Moving to fiscal year 2022, the same thing is true of the Wolcott Street playground. I took a look at that. That again is the same thing. The equipment looks to be in decent shape in terms of physical, but again, the paint, it's old and that the paint is completely worn off. So Heather again is going to have her employees look at that, but I don't see the need to spend 50 grand on each of those projects at this time. Maybe down the road, but for right now, I think we can get a number of years out of them by simply painting them. I don't think there's any danger. All the metal seems to be fine. Nothing ripping off or tearing or breaking. So I think that's fine. In fiscal year 2023, the same thing with Morris Street Fields. I think we're going to have to look at that one. But that's not off till 2023. Again, Jared's been looking at replacing the playground equipment as they get to the end of the useful life. So we'll have to evaluate that again and see if that's another one that could be painted or not. Fiscal year 2024, he wants to refurbish the community center, including 2 indoor handball courts and 1 indoor, what's called a bouldering wall, installation of collapsible bleachers for spectators. He has $25,000 in it. The community center obviously is very old. The gym could use some work. I think they're trying to make it more useful as we expand. Hopefully, the recreation and program side in the community center, Jared wants to do things to bring more people into that building. And when I say that, I mean more late afternoon and night after the seniors leave. That's fiscal year 2024. Fiscal year 2025. This one is another one. Installation of 2 full-size outdoor basketball courts, 4 hoops, and 1 3x3 court at McMahon Field. This will provide a centrally located spot for residents to enjoy. Estimate includes leveling, drainage, concrete, hoops, etc. He's got 30 grand budgeted for that. Thinking he must be talking about the one up near the bike park, not the one that we just redid. 2026, installation of 2 new tennis courts at McMahon Field. These tennis courts will also be set up to serve as pickleball courts, as well as a request often brought up by the senior in the community center. Demolition and removal of eroding tennis courts at West Street School before they become a safety hazard, 80 grand. I don't know if any of you have seen those tennis courts, but they're despicable, that property. And I don't know if the town had some conversations with about the chairman about potential tennis courts, but I don't think they're a high priority right now. But it is something the town has to decide if in the future it does want to have tennis courts anywhere in town or not. West Street tennis courts are unusable. They're that bad. And that's the 6-year capital plan from Jared for the Recreation Department.
Any questions? Anybody? Council Steves?
Yeah.
Councilman, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I thought I
That's
had
all right.
my microphone off mute.
No.
With regards to the, I saw that amount. Thank you for addressing the park on Main Street. Are you sure? Because I think that was actually, that was in the early 2000s that was put in when we were putting the, we got some grant money when the DOD was coming to town through the AO, and I think that's when that was put in. So that's been almost 20 years. So the equipment at that playground it's okay. I mean, it doesn't need to be replaced or anything. I don't want any of the kids, because there's a lot of kids that play on that during the summer and stuff. I just don't want to see any of the kids getting hurt or anything.
So through you, Mr. Chairman. So to be honest with you, I actually took a ride at the parks after Jared had presented his capital budget, because as you know, we spent, I think, around 40 grand to replace the playground equipment at Henry Street Field. So when I saw the 50,000 number, I said, geez, that seems awfully expensive. Let me go out and look at that park. And the first one I went to was the Main Street one. And you're right, it's sort of what I call a pocket park. It's between residential housing. I took a lot of time and looked at the metal and didn't see any kind of damage to the metal in any area. But as I said, it's worn down to where you see the metal and there's no more paint on it. I truly believe, and Heather's is going to have the guys look at it hopefully very soon. I told her it was a good time to try to do it before the park's actually open again. But I don't think there's anything there that's dangerous. It seems to all be workable. I want to say it's the Rotary that's taking part of that club. One of the local clubs is taking care of and maintaining that park under the parks program we have. But Councilor Mann, I ask you to take a look at yourself. I think you'll find that it's not in any way dangerous, and it could, a coat of paint would go a long way there. And Heather can, again, if she sees anything dangerous or needing of repair, she can let us know. But I didn't find anything, and I looked at it pretty extensively.
Okay, thank you. I just, yeah, because it is like, it's probably going on 20 years old, like I said. So
if I could just, I'm sorry. If I could just interject for a minute. I did speak with Jared earlier. This is Pat from the community center. Hi, sorry. I spoke with Jared earlier today, and he did mention that playground on Main Street, some of the pieces are out of compliance. They're out of code, which is why he felt that one was the one that should be done this coming year. I just wanted to interject that. I'm not sure exactly what pieces he's talking about, but he did tell me that. That's a note that I have here from him. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, are you all set?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Nash?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate that the recreation directors put in some time and been considerate of some of these different parks across town. And just on that particular topic about the Main Street playground and being in or out of compliance, I do recall former Councilor DePietro had mentioned about necessity of a certified playground inspector. So I don't know if the DPW actually has that certification, but I think that would go to the same point that Ms. Haddock just made. So if there are some things that need to be addressed at any of these playgrounds, let's do our diligence and make sure that we're doing it the right way. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Clements?
Thanks. We spent a lot of years wanting to upgrade things, Henry Street Field and such, in this community. And I can appreciate the concerns, from Mrs. Paddock and from the community director. There's some points, a lot of playgrounds last for years and years. And it's got to be a grandfathered in type clause or scenario, because the reality is communities just don't have the money to spend tens of thousands of dollars because maybe there's an inch off here now or something's a little different. I mean, I know Henry Street Field years ago took down the monkey bars, because that was no longer something that was a danger scenario. But an intact play unit like the one on Main Street that is being talked about, or those one-piece units that were done not that long ago, really, I just can't see the value. I'm glad the town manager brought it up and said, paint it and see what we can do. If it's a height compliance or something that we can elevate, you know, a little dirt here, something, one thing, but in this day and age right now, with the way things are, this type of stuff is just got to be on hold. You know, you just can't look how long, I mean, it took over long, yes, to work on Henry Street, but the slide lasted and the kids used it for, since I was a child and beyond, before that. So, you know, playgrounds are playgrounds. We're lucky we have some playgrounds where these kids can play that are safe in the component, you know, that they're not broken. They're not going to cut them. They're not going to, you know, eat lead paint or that type of thing. I'm just saying it's, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Town Manager, that things looked safer than we thought. And we should discuss what you should discuss. The community should know what are the hazards perhaps, but honestly, yeah, without structural decay or deficiency, I think it's great to leave it off the roll call here for more money that we don't have anyway, that the town doesn't have, the taxpayers don't have. So just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councilors? Okay, thank you. We'll go to the community center.
Yes, thank you.
Patricia?
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay.
So for 2021, the first item is the remove and replace. We also have a rolled rubber roof that needs to be taken care of. And as you know, our building is flat and very big, long. There's a section of it that's round. So we're asking for $128,300 for that. The next three items, we're going to be taken out of the revolving account that comes, monies come from our rentals, cracking the ceiling asphalt in the, parking area. We have a trench that covers some wiring to our flag poles that needs to be asphalted as well. And then to seal and stripe the parking lot, which hasn't been done in a very long time. Those items are for 2021. And as you all know, I just recently took over the community center and I had no part in this planning. So I'm not very familiar with the 6-year plan. I'll happily go through it with you, but maybe it would be best if Ron, you could take that over for me.
Okay. You know what? I think we'll just we can put it on hold. I think a lot of those things are from looking at it is from the facilities plan.
Yes.
So what we can do is just put a hold on that and revisit that at another date, unless anybody has any other questions.
Mr. Chairman, just one comment. So you're absolutely correct. These are from the facility management plan. Mike had put together the 6-year capital plan before he left. One of the reasons why we're not funding that first item is that there were a couple of projects that we did fund last year that Mike never got to and kind of got lost in the transition. So Heather's going to be working on getting those projects that we already approved for funding to get those finished before we go on to other projects. So we are going to have to look at the roofs and stuff, but we're going to kind of do them in order. We need to get the ones we already approved done first.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Councilor Steves.
Okay, and that's just quickly regarding the revolving fund, Pat or Ron, whoever can answer this. What kind of, I know that with the senior center being currently closed, how much money is in that revolving fund? How, honestly, how much likelihood do you see of doing those in the next fiscal year?
So, Councilor Steves, I'm going to ask Heather because I don't have that number in front of you. I know it's enough to take care of what we have proposed, and there's even more. But Karen, do you have that number available?
Yes, if I could. There's about $130,000 in their fund.
Is that fund just from loans at the from rentals at the senior center, or is it just is it a town-wide rental account?
No. Well, the way I understand it, it's from the rentals at the community center.
Now, it seems like a lot of money from one building. Wow. Okay.
It's a very busy building.
think it's been building up for years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything further?
No, nothing from me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well, Heather, you have a multiple account, so let's go to the school. And then we'll go back to DPW for the school. So I think town manager invited Jeff, Dr. Villar, and Seth to join us. So Dr. Villar, I know you weren't here at the outset, so welcome. We're just really going through the 6-year plan. So just trying to go through what your priorities are. I know a lot of this goes to your facilities plan, but if you want to just give us a concise overview of your plan over the 6 years of what your thoughts are. And I know there's going to be further discussion because we did have a pretty good discussion at EHS as well as to your capital needs. But I guess I'll turn it over to you unless the town manager has something to say first. Mr. Town Manager, do you have anything?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine. I did want to have them come on. Wasn't expecting this level of detail, so I did ask Jeff to come on and explain this. But you're correct. This is the first year where it's a very extensive capital improvement plan from the school system, dealing with everything, the whole, buildings, maintenance, equipment, everything. So I think it's very well done, and appreciate Jeff bringing this up to speed for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Villar, you want to start?
Sure. Good evening. And Seth Racine is on with me. We always appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I do regret that we didn't prepare a detailed presentation for you for this evening, but you do have the 6 years of capital improvements that are necessary. They are all taken essentially from the study that was commissioned, I guess we're coming up on 2 years ago, perhaps at this point. And, quite candidly, there are tens of millions of dollars of repairs that are necessary across the schools. And my recommendation is that we're going to need to seek professional assistance in helping us identify an order of repair that's necessary so that we are good stewards for the town's resources when that time comes. Many of the elementary schools, I believe all 3 of them, were renovated approximately the same time. We're coming up on 30 years ago. And so the list of repairs are pretty extensive. What we seem to be doing each year is identifying those issues that are most pressing, for example, roof repairs, because water is obviously an enemy of buildings, and we are seeking to kind of stay ahead of the tide, but we're on borrowed time, particularly in the 3 elementary schools. There is some work that we need to do to maintain the beautiful high school, middle school. Obviously, this year, in our presentation last week, we shared that we thought we could put off some of the minor repairs in the sense of drywall painting due to the extreme fiscal circumstances we find ourselves in. But we are asking to repair the roof at West Street School because water is literally leaking in at a certain type of storm, and so that's not appropriate, and we need to fix that. So we tried to prioritize those. We also have a vehicle lease that was approved last year that obviously we need to make the payment, and we've indicated we defer technology purchases this year because we intend on using savings in the current fiscal year to begin our extensive investment in technology so that the district's up to speed. But as far as as you can see, pretty extensive list of repairs, my concern would be I guess my recommendation would be we need to work together. We need to identify professionals to help with the planning process because we will be able to capitalize on state aid if we approach this appropriately, which could cover a great deal of the cost. And Mr. Racine might be able to help introduce what percentage of reimbursement we might get from that, but it's significant. And so that would be my recommendation. And so I think that once the dust settles on the budget process, we should begin to work together collaboratively to prioritize repairs at the schools and talk about how the town wants to approach that. Because again, we're talking about extensive repairs. Seth, can you just give us a quick guesstimate of where we are as far as percentage of assistance from the state?
Thank you, Dr. Villar, and thank you, councilors. My pleasure to speak to you tonight. Yes, so I think what we tried to present to you, as Dr. Villar noted, was really a summary of the facilities report and recommended projects that were provided. And as you look ahead over the next few years, those costs actually balloon pretty substantially in a year or two. And this is not us coming to you, presenting to you at a very difficult financial time, which we absolutely recognize, but much more us coming to you in recognition of what's already happened. And that's what the school facility report presented last year as well. It was just a recognition of these are the facts. We have these buildings that are, as Dr. Villar noted, about 30 years old. And so major repairs and renovations are now required to prevent already the required immediate repairs that we're seeing this year with leaking roofs and such. Fortunately for Southbridge, though they come at a steep cost, you are eligible for two programs that could provide substantial funding in state aid. The Massachusetts School Building Authority, the MSBA, has two programs that you could be eligible for and apply for with appropriate planning and coordination between the schools and the town. The first is the Accelerated Repairs Program. And so this is where the MSBA would be able to pay for approved projects, potentially 80%, if not even maybe slightly higher, depending on the approved projects. And these could be roof repairs. They could be replacing HVAC, windows and doors. All of these are eligible because they are so old in Southbridge for many of our buildings. You would be eligible for. And that could be funding within a year or two to be able to replace these. The other major program that the MSBA has is the CORE program, which a earlier version is what provided the new middle high school. And this is where substantial funding, potentially 60–70% of the overall project would be funded in state aid to completely replace, completely renovate, or build brand new a new building. And which is really an exceptional opportunity, but again, requires substantial planning and would be ready to open for realistically 8 to 10 years. But what we've tried to provide to you again is a comprehensive list, and we've noted a number of programs, especially in future years, where in the facility report noted when these projects ideally should happen. And so what we try to do is also highlight which projects could be MSBA eligible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the quick. I do realize that it is a more in-depth conversation that's going to be needed in regards to this. So I guess, Jeff, the one question that I would have would that be a committee that the town manager and school receiver should start formulating, like a feasibility committee, needs committee, to look at how you develop those plans so that you could go to the state for funding?
We certainly can work collaboratively that way. We had Mr. Racine has been quite focused on the Munis implementation, and we turned that corner. And so we were going to plan on focusing technical support on that next phase, which would be the capital phase for us. So I think a small working group initially, or a small collaboration, is a good idea. And then ultimately it will be something that we'd have to work collaboratively with the full council, because obviously this is a town facility and it's going to be really directed by the town's desire. We can fill you in on what the school program needs, but ultimately you're going to have to make some decisions for the town. And so I would see it as a collaboration of that larger group.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Villar or Seth? I know we kind of threw you here at the last minute, Jeff, so I do appreciate the updates and then you making yourself available for this, this evening, you and Seth. So anybody, Councilor Steves?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually do have a quick, while you were talking, I was taking a quick look at the numbers there, and it seems like we're talking well over $1 million just for Cole Lab by itself. Honestly, is there, and I've heard some complaints in the community about wondering why we even keep that building. I know that it has a bunch of issues. We've got the kids that are there. Obviously, the administration is there. Has the school district looked at alternatives to that building completely? In terms of maybe it's time to just get rid of it. I know some people in the community are thinking that. I don't know if we can afford to do that either. But I know that's floating around out there. So any thoughts on that?
Well, my initial reaction would be if we got rid of the building, we would have to add millions of dollars to our operating budget for the educational services for what will now be 60 students that go to that school. Outplacing them would be extraordinarily expensive. So the building serves a huge function for us, and it's actually, in a sense, a luxury at the moment. But you're correct. It needs, actually, if I recall, probably over $10 million of repairs, if not 15. It's a significantly old building, particularly the front half of that building. But we do need the space. Just for clarification, central office actually moved out of that building to make room for the expansion of the alternative school for middle school students. And so we are tucked away in some offices in the back at the high school now. So again, this, like a use of all facilities, a plan as far as how we might utilize elementary buildings. Is there any way to look at grade levels and collapsing grades and some pretty large scale items needs to be thoroughly considered before we essentially abandon a building or return that building back to the town, destruction or whatever. It would be eligible for reimbursable repairs if we decided to keep it too. But at the moment, we absolutely need it. We have 60 students scheduled to be educated there.
Would you say that as far as buildings repairs and whatnot go, would you consider that would be the building that would be your highest priority? Or which one would be?
Well, again, that's a difficult question to answer. That is certainly the building that has the most repairs. If you look at the study that the town manager commissioned, it certainly would point to Cole Lab as having the longest list of needs. But the 3 elementary schools were all renovated about the same time, and they all suffer from many different systemic issues that at any moment could become a large ticket. For example, their boilers are all equal aged, their electrical systems, roofs, windows, doors, they're all significantly old and generally need repair. So, it's difficult to have a crystal ball to say which system which may not. In our current footprint, with the current number of students we have and the programming that we offer, we need all the buildings. If I could find a way to consolidate buildings, that would be certainly something I would explore for the essential, significant cost savings that could represent. But that's just not feasible given our current footprint.
Okay, and I know, thank you to Seth earlier for mentioning, or you, whoever it was mentioning the MSBA programs. I'm not sure exactly. Does the MSBA allow us to do multiple repairs to multiple buildings at the same time to the same program? So the same project?
Seth, would you like to address that?
Yes, they do. We can apply for multiple projects. I think what they want to make sure you're doing is there isn't a duplicative process. So if you go for something like a core program, massive renovation, they wouldn't want to see small repairs also to that building or right before that building. But it's very possible, every year we could put in 1 or 2 projects, small repair projects, for example, accelerated repairs, and have them approved. We are not just limited to one application for one project in one building.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'll go Mr. Town Manager and then Councilor Mena.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Councilor Steves said, I've seen it done and heard discussions of it being done where they do multiple roofs of multiple school buildings at the same time. So they do look at that. They understand that multiple buildings may need roofs at the same time because they were all done at a certain time. So they in fact will do multiple projects like that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Marquetti, did you have a question?
I thought I heard Seth and Dr. Villar, and correct me if I'm wrong, but are you suggesting a new school? Is that what you're suggesting as a possibility?
I wouldn't draw that conclusion immediately without really looking at information, because it really, again, it's going to depend on some highly technical things, looking at reimbursement rates. You know, new property is very hard to find. So I think that, again, that's something you want to explore. We'd want to work as a partner in supporting the town council and that type of work. I would be very hesitant just to jump into that kind of discussion.
To add to that, to add to Dr. Villar's comment, the MSBA requires certain long-term commitments by the community before they approve a project. So, for example, if you're going to fund a project, kids need to be served at that school for, I think it's at least 10 years. So this more comes down to a comprehensive long-term plan for school buildings, and which ones do we want to invest in? Which ones do we want to renovate? What do we want our school blueprint to look like?
Okay, thank you. I thought that that's what you were saying, that you were looking for maybe a new school. So, but thank you.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Villar or Mr. Racine. I just want to express my concern about Cole Ave, because back when Cole Ave, when the new school was being talked about in the committee and the plans were being drawn up and we got the loan, we got everything in place, we were told that Cole Ave was unsafe and it wasn't, even feasible anymore to have the students be in that building. Now, and I understand why you're using it for the 60 students that you said might go up, who knows? So my concern now is it feasible for those 60 students? Why is it good for these 60, but it wasn't good for the other students? So, and then Councilor Marquetti brought up that he thought maybe you were looking for money for new schools. Well, maybe there should be like a committee to look at, consolidating the elementary schools and having one building. I know it's not going to happen today or tomorrow, but having something out there, having some type of a plan or something, I think that going forward might be the best solution. I could be wrong though. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'll just jump in on one thing. Well, a couple of things. First, that was my point, I think, with Dr. Villar about formulating a committee to really take a look at the school buildings that we have. I mean, I think the last study that we did was probably going to be 20 years ago, where we looked at student demographics, the needs assessment, what schools would look like and all that. And I think that's the further conversation that the council and town manager and the school department could have in regards to that. I will answer yet again, as being on the school building committee and chairman of the town council, when we built the middle school, high school, we made it clear that the existing high school was not conducive for a 21st century environment for high school. We said that it didn't have the needs, that there was certainly work that needed to be done. And throughout that study, it was talked about retaining that building so that we could do the plans and the programs that are currently there. So that we could pull up all the meetings for that before, but that had always been the case. And I'm not going to get into a debate on that right now. I think that's open for further discussion down the road about what the current situation at the school is, because now we're talking about a school, now it's going to be 9 years that 9 years later of what that conditions at that building are. So it's a conversation that we can have for further discussion. Councilman.
So if I just may say, the technology, so it wasn't doable for the kids going into the 21st century, or however you put it, then it's not doable for these other students either. And that's all I'm saying. And I think there should be a lot of discussion on this. And I'm not trying to get into a debate on it or anything, but I really think that it is something that the community really needs to start thinking about. People come to a community because of their school system. So that's one of the driving forces bringing people and businesses in. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's why a committee put together to discuss all those options is a great first step. Mr. Town Manager?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to let Jeff and Seth know that while I think they're going to be shortly finished with this section, there is going to be some discussion about the free cash distribution, which includes some items that deal with the school and also some look at capital projects that have already been created. So I'm sorry to say, if you hang around, or at least Seth hangs around, there's going to be some further discussion that there might be some questions of people.
Okay. Any further questions for Dr. Villar or Seth? Okay, say none. Move on to, I guess, Heather, you have the biggest and the last of the 6-year plan. So where do you want to start?
Well, let's start at the train station since I don't know very much about it, but we can fly through that really quick.
Okay.
Because that just came under my preview. So we have already started doing some work over there. I will make sure we take a look and see what the rotted clapboards are. We do have a revolving fund for this account. So I think usually the repairs are being funded out of that revolving fund. And Karen could probably speak more on how much money is in there. But we will look at the exterior of the painting of the building and see if that really is a high priority right now. It's not recommended to be funded. I think all of these things he has on here probably came from the facilities management plan. So let's see, what does 2022 say? Repair broken sidewalks and replace trench drain. Also, I would say on those two things, both, I would recommend that we, maybe 2022 is where we're looking. We also have to remember that Hook Street, Larisdale Way project will be going through that area, and some of those sidewalks and different things will be made, changed, retrofitted, replaced with that project. The timing on that project could happen as soon as 2022. It's still kind of up in the air, but I think it's fine to have some money in there in case we need to do something after that project comes through, or maybe it will be that we won't need to have to worry about that.
Foundation and retaining wall, 25 grand.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. They might have been concerned with some foundation issues in that facility maintenance plan. We'll have to take a look at that basement of that building and make sure. The side retaining wall that's close is very small. I think that's the retaining wall in between, which used to basically be the train station. So can look at that.
2024 is repair crack plaster indoors, 2 grand. Seal holes in windows and doors, 3,500.
Right. Those things would be funded out of the revolving account as normal maintenance.
So is that Heather something that you would just look at as the yearly type upgrade and try to get that out of the capital plan?
I would recommend in the future those be taken out of the capital plan.
Okay, and just be a part of regular building maintenance?
Part of regular building maintenance.
Okay.
Nothing for 2025 or 2026, Heather.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay, now down to me. So the DPW's facilities plan is basically broken into 3 sections. So it might be easiest to talk into about this section at a time. With the first section being vehicles, the next section being streets and sidewalks, and the last being more facilities.
Okay.
So I about 4 or 5 years ago now, I think Denise had a question.
All right, Denise, go ahead. I'm sorry, Ed. Go ahead. You're on mute there, Denise. Denise, you're on mute. You're on mute.
Try again.
I'm sure you had something really good to say.
No, not yet. I said before we move on to DPW, I don't remember you saying, do you have anything about the train station? And I would like to make some comments.
Oh, okay. So sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I think it's relevant. I'm looking at numbers here that are throwing me off. Having worked with the system back in 2009 to get that registry to stay local and to rent from us, and provided them the train station, which was the community center, of course, which now got moved, which is a great thing for the elderly to be, seniors to be up at the community center. I think a much better location. However, I'm looking at the numbers that you presented, Ms. Blakely, in regard to fixing things. Painting an exterior for $38,000 for that little building seems crazy, from my opinion, but that's just me. So I have to ask, and because this got brought up a while back, and I don't know, I may have missed something. It didn't come back to a general government. The contract was up at some point. It was supposed to be renegotiated. Did that happen? Are we getting more rent? Mr. Town Manager, have you renegotiated the contract?
No, it's not expired yet, but it is coming up within the next year.
Okay, I thought that was a 10-year contract.
Yeah, just to let you know too, that this was not put together by Heather, it was put together by Mike before he left.
Oh, okay. I didn't accuse Heather of putting it together. It's on her now, as she said. So whatever. So maybe the numbers are different, but my concern, as much as I and a few others worked really hard to get this here and convince that governor to make sure the registry was here, the current rent, Mr. Town Manager, if I could ask, do you have that current rent number? Monthly
not
rent?
off the top of my head. I don't know. Heather, do you know what Heather, Karen, do you know what the monthly rent is on that facility?
Regardless, it's another building.
About $1,300 a month, approximately.
Yeah. So when we talk about investing, not that I want to push the registry to go out of Southbridge, I am, though, we have to look at current rent and what people are paying. We gave them a great deal, and free rent for, I think it was 3 years, and we had a sliding scale moving forward, but it's going to be time to negotiate those numbers. And that was a considerably less amount than they paid ever before, and I'm sure other facilities pay now. We need to look at moving forward who's we're responsible for the building, but boy, that's a lot of money to be putting in. Basically, we're in a deficit on that, and that's not something I just want this council to know. If they didn't, and the community and future town manager who's going to be negotiating, perhaps this is a lot of money to expend for that building. It's a historic building and all that. It's wonderful to have in our community, but we have to look at who's renting it, how much they're paying, and to do our due diligence when it comes to a new contract negotiating. So that's very concerning, the amount of money to make it look pretty for them to work in. So. That's my comments on the train station.
Right. Thank you. Did any other councilors have any questions on train station? I kind of lumped it all in with Heather, but.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Karen, I just wanted to mention that before it was asked how much was in the revolving account. When I said 130,000, that actually includes that building because it's called the rental of town buildings. So it's the community center / registry and the registry, the rent in, the monthly rent, plus they reimburse us for the utilities for that building.
Okay. Okay, and Melissa has chimed in saying the rent for the RV is $1,365.29 a month. So thank you. Any further questions? Did I freeze up?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, I see a bunch of pause, so I was like, okay, go ahead, Heather. Continue on DPW.
Yep. So I will first talk about the vehicles, and obviously there's quite the long list of vehicles here for the 2021 fiscal budget. You will see a lot of them are red. Some of them have been moved around because obviously things happen. A lot of them haven't gotten funded in the past. I had started to say I put a capital plan together for vehicles specific for the DPW vehicles, so because we have so many of them. 4 or 5 years ago, when Mr. Pecos was still here, before Ron was here. To date, we have never funded every one of the things that was recommended in that plan. We have been picking off vehicle by vehicle, some of the older vehicles, some of the vehicles that had more problems with them. Again, I had to move up a vehicle that was not supposed to be funded. Oh, actually, it was supposed to be funded in 2020, so it wasn't funded as my number one priority. I prioritized them. Some of the vehicles were able to move into a lesser role by substituting another vehicle. For instance, we took a vehicle off the floor that was a water department vehicle, and we use that as the operations manager's vehicle now. And the old operations manager vehicle is being used as more of a small utility truck to run for snow removal operations when it's actually snowing out. It doesn't have a plow on it. They use it to bring the snow blowers around. We use it a lot when we're doing litter because it's easily accessed, but it has a lot less usage now, but it's still a very useful vehicle for us. It's a balancing act on what I ask for vehicles because I'm also playing a guessing game even with the vehicles on which one is going to break next. We had a major snowplow go down this winter. It was down after the first storm and we made it work. It wasn't optimal. It made us be in longer at some points. It made certain areas maybe not get the normal plowing that they would have gotten. So I'm balancing all of these things. We're trying to convert from being just a snow plow only, sander, spreader only type unit to something that's more functional, more year round. We've done a good job of that. We have 3 hook trucks now that provide that more flexibility. I don't see going forward that we'll be going primarily with hook trucks. We do need to replace some of our dump trucks and have the ability to slide in and out sanders so that we can use those for more than just the winter season. I know it's quite the long list, as I said, of vehicles. We try to pick and prioritize. I actually asked for the guys' input. The replacement of the Groundmaster mower, this is the large, wide format mowers that we use to mow a lot of the big fields, to mow in the cemetery. It gets used every week. It's when we're in mowing season. It does the majority of the bulk of the wider areas that we can. Broke down at the end of the year last year. And we have made it limp along so that it can be used not to go over the roads. We've been able to help basically barter with the school system to be able to use one of their mowers while this one was down, while they use ours. But it's not ideal. We've already had to go mow for them already this year because they didn't have enough. They couldn't get to the fields to mow them. We need to replace this mower. We both need these mowers at the same time. There is many times in the spring and the summer that it rains 3 or 4 days and you have to get on the field when you can get on them. It's not practical to have us sharing a mower all summer long. So that is my number one need. I know that will be shown later. Number 2, dump truck. This is a 2001 truck. This is a small dump. This isn't a big truck. This is a Ford F450 with the dump body on it that we put a slide-in sander in. It's used all year round, multi-use vehicle. We need to replace it in kind. It's worn out. It has major problems associated with it. So we're asking for that vehicle to go on. And then the next vehicle down that I asked for is our sweeper. Our sweepers get used and abused. They're very overused. The industry standards on a sweeper say that you shouldn't even have it longer than 7 years. The one I'm looking to replace is the 1996. They're critical that we have them and do our maintenance and our sweeping for not just to keep the roads looking good, but also as part of our MS4 permit. We have gone from required once a year sweeping on every road to twice. It's really difficult for us to get to every roads twice a year, never mind from a labor standpoint, but when the vehicle isn't reliable, it's really difficult. I am going to refrain from going through all 11 vehicles because I don't really want to be here till midnight, if that's okay with everybody. I think we've given a pretty good description of what they are. And I'd like to move on to the streets and grounds. And I would say in the years upcoming, everything just keeps on sliding back. So, you know, our average age of our vehicles is well over 15 years old. They break down frequently. We need to keep on updating our fleet and doing what we can. I know financial concerns are a big one. We will be talking in the future, hopefully next year, about what we're going to do for funding our stormwater. And some of the vehicles like the street sweepers could potentially be funded out of a stormwater fund, but we're not fooling anybody. If we do another fund, it is more fees put on people to collect, but it would be dedicated fees for stormwater. But things like sweepers, things like catch basin cleaners, which we also need desperately to be replaced, jet trucks, all of those things could be funded through a stormwater fund as opposed to out of general funds as an option if we decided as a town to go that way. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I would think, I know your budget is extensive. If anybody doesn't have any objections, I think a DPW
summary
conversation is more in depth for another meeting perhaps, and we'll stay focused on 2021 for you. If nobody else has objections to that, I mean, I think that's given the fleet that you have and all the different accounts that you have, it's probably best to maybe have another meeting that we can tap this on to. Does anybody object to that?
That makes sense.
No? I don't see any objections. Okay. All right. So
Denise have a question, I think.
Denise, go ahead.
Just a question. Thank you. Didn't we talk at one time, or was it not suggested? I'm looking at the number on the sweeper again. And I remember being, I believe, around when we purchased a sweeper. I thought we discussed at one time the possibility, as a number of communities do, of subbing out sweeping. And if we did or didn't, maybe we should, and costs should be forthcoming. So, what do you think?
It definitely is done in other communities where they sub it out. I can get some rough numbers on what the other communities are paying for having someone to come in and sweep roads. I would say the 2 times a year that we are required to sweep, it probably could happen. It's going to be an extremely big number. We're probably looking at, if I'm guessing, $75,000 to $100,000 a year.
I still think it's worth looking into to see what other people are doing over the long haul. And that we have to look towards the next time the next sweeper is going to be replaced. And what's our yearly maintenance costs on our sweepers to begin with? If we're spending $20,000, $50,000 to maintain our sweepers, I think
our maintenance costs, aren't that high on the sweepers. I mean, there definitely are a higher maintenance item, and as they get older, there's more and more costs associated. The problem with we would still have to probably have some type of sweeper here in this community, because if you have somebody come in and then you have a oil spill and you need to clean up after it, you're not going to have that service available. We do maintenance sweeping throughout the year to clean up different areas. Downtown gets swept far more than twice a year. Most people don't realize that, but if we didn't, it would probably, I know we have a lot of complaints about litter and everything as it is now, but we definitely do try to maintain that more frequently. Now, if we weren't putting the wear and tear on the sweeper as much, obviously, maybe you reduce some costs there, or maybe we don't need as large of a sweeper. I completely agree. I can look into some costs and see where the analysis comes through, but it is a 1996 piece of equipment that from a industry standard, we have way gotten our use and abuse of it out. It has been rebuilt here basically almost from the ground up. We are lucky to have mechanics that can do a lot of this heavy mechanical lifting, but it's sometimes you're a victim of your own success in that way, that you can keep something like that going that might need to really be replaced sooner. But I will look in the numbers and do a balancing act.
Yeah. And I can appreciate that, what's been done to this point, obviously, again, from seeing and hearing these things over the years. It's just, there comes a point where, your community, you have to weigh, again, that's nice that we have the bells and whistles and we can do things at a whim and get our streets swept because suddenly somebody's doing a 10K, a 5K run or something. But the reality is times are changing, money's tight, and we have to look at all our options, whether it's leasing stuff, going into, there's got to be more creative ways, and not just saying, well, we can't do it that way because we never did, or it didn't work 5 years ago, so it can't work now. And I applaud, thank you for, if that's okay. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not telling you. I'm suggesting the community, if that's what the council wants, look into another option besides purchasing one. That's all. Maybe it'll come back so expensive that, you'll say it's got to be purchased, but just suggesting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So moving on to our street, sidewalks, and drainage. The biggest thing we're asking for here is the increased funding that we need to finish the engineering process. So we have funded engineering for the TIP process. Basically, we've already awarded the first 25% design, and we're going to be looking at bringing that to full design, to 100% design. So the numbers have been revised and we've got new budgets for the cost. The 556, we're got money coming from everywhere here. So this year we were looking for 205. I know in the budget we've revised that again. The 175 is actually coming from the water and sewer retained earnings. We're going to be looking at adding water and sewer design onto their project. It does two things. Because of we originally were going to try to split it out, but when the amount of change in elevation that we're doing around Hook Street wouldn't allow us to replace the water and sewer lines before the project was done. So we're going to have to incorporate them into the project just because of the amount of grade changing we're doing. With that, it actually helps offset some of the engineering cost out of the water and sewer accounts. So that 175 is coming from water and sewer, half from each. And 205 is what we were looking for. That would get us to the point where we were doing right up to right away. The right-of-way cost can only be incurred within a year of doing the project. We don't know what those costs are going to be yet. They've given us a ballpark ballpark number, but it depends on a whole bunch of things, including if we can get as a town any agreements before it goes into that right-of-way process. So that could save us some money, depending on what kind of agreements we can get as far as purchasing of the land. We have some takings that we have to look at and what we can do for those takings to offset that cost. We would like to get this done so that we can be ready for the 2022 TIP. We've been told that if we are ready, there's a very good possibility that it will be moved ahead. Originally, we were on the 2023 TIP, but we got bumped back by Route 20 because they had to move back. As they got bumped back, we got bumped back. The project that we'd likely be taking place of is the Route 20 project. They don't feel that that project's going to be ready. There's some hurdles that they're trying to overcome on a overall basis for that project. So we really want to be ready so that we could move up to the 2022 TIP and get that project started sooner, getting that downtown redone. You need to remember, I know it's a big chunk of money. We are looking at $3.5 to $4 million in a project that's going to come from state and federal funds. So we have to put up the upfront cost, including the right-of-way, which we have budgeted in 2022, which if we're not ready and the project gets delayed, we would push that back further until we knew when the TIP was, when we were going to be on the TIP. We've always tried to keep some money in for sidewalk repair, that we wouldn't be funding out of Chapter 90. I'm not asking for that. We need to keep funding our stormwater repair because we're going to have commitments from our MS4 permits that we need to show that we're making an effort to do. This is above and beyond what we normally do for catch basin repairs. All of our catch basins, I shouldn't say all, 90% of our catch basins do not meet the criteria that's required for MS4 as being deep sump catch basins. All of our newer ones do, and all our newer projects do, but the majority of our catch basins don't. We will be, in the next 2 years, having to commit some capital money to show that that's happening. Again, this is one of these reasons why we need to look at the future of that, how we're funding stormwater in the future. I know Matt is right now putting together an engineering bid to get some engineering services for that, and looking at our stormwater needs and looking at how different so that they can do an evaluation of different options to present to the town. We also have the crack sealing for the various roads, which we'd like to keep doing because that was part of the original pavement management plan. I know it's really hard to, but by crack sealing on roads, whatever they are, it is extending their lives so that we don't have to do full depth replacement. The road fund has put in at $200,000. I know the town manager has, and I know we have options out there for different funding options. I know we have $100,000 from last year. We really like to leverage that money together so that we can put out that we could do bigger projects. There is a, you reach a financial place where it's not, you don't get a very good price per square foot or ton until you get to a certain size. $100,000 project leveraged with a $200,000 project might get you 4 times the amount that you would have gotten with $100,000. So there's a real big benefit to scale when you're doing asphalt. There's certain number of feet that they can do in a day, and if you don't have something in those parameters, you know, a good couple, you need 2 or 3 days of a project for them to really make it worth their while. So there's a lot of different streets listed here with different prices on them. Matt did put a supplementary memo together that I know that John Daniels referred to, and I wish I had it right here in front of me. But the 3 streets that we're really looking at to concentrate on this year, and depending on how much funding we do get approved for, gosh, now my brain's going to totally blank out. Hold on. Prospect, Marsh, and Brentwood. They're all either going to need full depth or some partial reconstruction and mill and overlay. They need more engineering before we go out. The simple thing is to say they need full depth, but if we can get away with potentially some mill and overlays, we might be able to save some money and stretch it even further. We're going to try to get as much money out of it as we can. They're all in very bad shape. Marshes, I know it's just to rip it out and repave it. No matter what we do, it's in that bad a shape. It's been on our list for the last 5 or 6 years, and it hasn't been gotten to. There are other projects that if Chapter 90 money comes available, including Gulfwood Road, or if any of the money that we are hearing potentially could be out there as need for shovel-ready projects coming from Fed, we could be looking at some other options too. We have multiple bridges that are on Chapter 90 list for repairs that are impacting what we can do with our Chapter 90 money. We have heard that we might be able to leverage Mill Street onto another project, but we don't have a commitment for that yet. We also have gotten our engineering design back for Ashland Ave, and it's considerably greater than what originally was budgeted. So we're going to have to work within the pot of Chapter 90 money, and I wouldn't say that right now, even though I know I've said in the past that Mill Street looks like it's a good deal, that we might be able to use that $300,000 in a different way. I'm not ready to redesignate those funds without without a commitment for that bridge to be done, number one. And that right now is not on any state plan. And number two, without knowing how much Ashland Ave is going to be. The next thing down is our facilities. So, and I know this was alluded to before, and I wish this wasn't true. The building, when it was redone 10 years ago, the heating system that was put in here that to redo the upper section here is a multi-phase, multi-chamber boiler system. We have one of the 4 boiler units that had cracked and is not useful. We can't use it at all. We have other ones that have had issues with leakage that we've been able to get through with. My problem is they're not single replaceable. They do not make the units anymore. We've searched and searched. We've had multiple companies look at it, and they do not exist. Basically, they were discontinued 10 years ago when they put the boiler in, which is extremely unfortunate because it's designed that if something happens, you're supposed to be able to take one out and replace it without having to replace the whole thing. So we are looking at replacing our boiler system for part of the DPW. And it's the newer system. It's not even one of the older original boilers. We've already bought recirculation pumps, which could be reused. That's not an issue. That was what the money was done for before because the recirculation pumps have gone. It's a really large building, which makes sometimes the heating system in it kind of onerous. I don't know that I would have had it designed the way that it is designed and is operating. I am potentially looking into what it would take to turn it to gas. There might be an option to do some Green Communities grants, and that option is being explored simultaneously. I don't know if it's going to be feasible yet because of the fact that we're still sitting on an active hazardous waste site. So we're trying to move forward and make sure that we can maintain heat in this building and not have that issue that we could potentially freeze this building in the winter. So far, we've been pretty lucky. I have to thank the school committee, the school department for their maintenance person helping out when we've had critical issues where we had to get something up and running, whether it would be the pump or other issues with the building and this heat. They've been very helpful with that, and we need to look at how we can partner with them to use the maintenance staff whenever we can. to keep our costs down, because bringing in outside contractors gets very expensive for our heating system. I think
I know the rest of it is pretty much is in your summary too. So, I guess we can.
Yeah. I'm trying to remove any of the smaller items that were in the original facility, that were line items for capital, into operating budget, and try to make sure we get those things done. Some of the other things that I'm more concerned about was some of the immediate repairs for the engineering of the salt shed. We need to make sure that salt shed stays standing up straight, and it does have some deflection problems. And we need to figure out if it's something that's going to structurally impact the building or not. I know that Ron didn't recommend funding it, but it's something that's beyond Matt and I's specialties. We're not structural engineers, but we are engineers enough to go out there and say, yeah, that wall is deflecting. That's a very concerning feature, because, you know, you spent a lot of money building that salt shed. If we need to do something now to make sure that it doesn't fail in the future, we have to think ahead that way. I think that's the highlights of mine.
Okay. Questions? I'm certain we'll have more extensive talks about the rest of your 6-year plan as we go forward. Anything further?
How do you want to do water and sewer? Do you want to table those, or?
I think you had pretty much discussed them when we went through your budget, correct?
They were both mentioned when we went through the budget, correct?
Does anybody have any questions on the water sewer?
Nope.
For FY21? Okay. All right, I'm sure we're going to have further conversations, and when we take this up for the public hearing, if anybody has questions on the remaining 6th year, I think the exercise for the 6th year really is a 6-year capital plan presentation. So that's why we, really try to set a 6-year plan. So that's the review of the 6-year plan. Are there any other questions on this? I mean, the next step will be that there'll be the public hearing on May 28th. And then adoption. So there'll be an opportunity for any counselors or anybody in the public to have questions to come forward at that public hearing. I've allocated 45 minutes for the discussion at that time. So if there's any questions at that time, we can take those up. Just go. Mr. Town Manager, do you have anything else on this 6-year plan?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with that. I'm looking forward to the next part of this discussion.
Okay.
Jack, I think Denise had something.
Mrs. Clements, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was curious. I believe our previous councils have set forth, and we discussed ad nauseum, the minimum amount on capital was $10,000 items required to run with a life expectancy of more than 3 years or somewhere in that. I don't have it in front of me. It's been a few years. There were items on this that were under $10,000. So I just wanted to bring that out, for future discussion again, that capital items, should meet the threshold definition that was determined and was recommended by, I remember Karen was involved with that. It might have been 75 now. There was a number a few years ago that we discussed this numerous times, but just putting that out there. I don't have this plan in front of me, so I didn't have a chance to review it beyond what I saw this evening. Once I learned how to scroll your page, unfortunately.
I can email you a copy if you like a copy of it. So
yeah, no, I plan on getting one, but I was just, okay. Not always, but I was squinting at it mostly. But anyway, I just bring that back as a reminder to council.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Town Manager, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, Just a quick comment to that. If you look at the capital budget, you're going to see almost everything is 10,000 or more. What me and Karen wanted to do, though, for the revolving accounts, because we have those small projects that were going to come from the revolving fund, we wanted to show council what they were. Otherwise, you would never see them. So really, that was our attempt at being transparent, so you could see that we're spending money from the revolving funds. But other than I think the airport had 2 projects we were going to combine to make $10,000. The other items are really revolving fund issues, not really capital budget issues. But this was seemed to be the appropriate place to show them because they were small kind of construction-y projects.
If I could respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I appreciate your explanation on why things are here. However, starting at the very beginning, okay, nice baby.
Sorry.
Very nice, very cute. No. Anyway, at the very beginning of all of this, the discussion was had that people couldn't even understand what was written because things were in red, things were there that had been, and Mr. Town Manager, you weren't able to actually explain that. So it was confusing to your counselors. It was confusing to me as a person listening to what was trying to understand and read the paperwork in front of me. There just has to be a better job in the future on, in my opinion, on the capital plan, 7-year plan being laid out. That's easier to read, easier to understand. And while putting something in so that you can explain it, that still doesn't explain it. So I think it should be more concise and direct and be able to be explained by the town manager in ad nauseum, because that's his only job is to get that 7-year, that big influx is, he should have every single item, every single line should be understood so that he can ask his department heads what something is if he doesn't understand, so that when the public and the council have questions, it can be explained by the town manager as well as a department head if that needs to be, but definitely by the town manager, because as the report says, it is the town manager's 6-year plan. And how can it be if he doesn't understand it? So going forward, I think we've talked about that in the past few years. Citizens have talked about it and councilors have talked about it. So that's, I feel very strongly about that. So thank you for listening and letting me participate this evening. I wish we have some more citizens.
Yeah. Well, thank you for participating. Any further questions on that? If not, we'll move on now to the free cash distribution revised. So, Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all recall, myself and Karen presented you a free cash distribution. The amount of free cash this year is $1,480,309. And our original recommendation spent almost all of that. As you know, and you just looked at a capital plan, it has millions and millions of dollars of requests, and we have to take off the priority list. So when you look at this free cash distribution list, be it the first one I put out or the revised one that me and Karen just did, they're in order of priority. Now, to be clear, every department thinks that their department is a complete priority and that other departments don't really matter as much because they're focused and their expertise is on their department. So, for instance, when you look at the fire chiefs in this plan, you'll see new ambulance, that was his #1 request. Inspector's vehicle is his #2 request. And so on and so on. As you look at all departments, it's like that. And when me and Karen were looking to revise this, we met with all department heads and we discussed all of these line items and asked, what are your absolute priorities? What do you think you need? And they advised us as to what their priorities are. And we've tried to spread this money across the various departments, knowing that everybody has needs. And we really gave a lot of thought to what we thought were the most critical of items. Now, in this report, you're going to see that we moved a lot of things to recommend the funds for transfer to the stabilization fund. Now, we're putting money in the stabilization fund, a significant amount of money. If you look at this new revised recommendation, $632,128 that we were going to spend, we are now recommending town council put that money in the stabilization account. Now, I think we've all discussed this at great length, the fact that revenues are down this year and we need to do things to prepare for this. We are not saying that this money can't be spent, we are saying that it should go into the stabilization fund until we find out what our revenue losses are this year. And then the town council feels that they can spend some of this money, so be it. But I suspect that we're going to need this money and more to deal with the revenue loss in the fiscal 2020 year. So I'm going to go through these items. Again, we discussed this, me and the finance director discussed this with each of the department heads. If the revenues aren't bad, maybe we can the town council can take up some of these issues and fund it. The money will still be there. It'll just be in the stabilization fund. So starting this through, we're going to go with the fire department. I think we all agree that one of the most important needs for the town of Southbridge is a new ambulance to replace the Ford 2008 that we already have in place. The amount we are recommending is $357,600. Paul, I think the fire chief went through this pretty extensively as to the need for this ambulance, and we agree, and we think we should fund it. The inspector's vehicle for $32,000. The fire chief discussed this at length too. I personally went over and looked at the vehicle. The vehicle has some rust. The physical look looks like it can go in a couple more years if it had to. I know he's had electrical issues and problems with this, and he's had to do some repairs. But given in light of the situation we are with lost revenues, we are recommending that that money be transferred to the stabilization fund. I truly believe that ambulance that inspector's vehicle can go another year. And truthfully, the chief has got a new car. The deputy's got a new car. I think we can wait at least another year for the inspector to get a new vehicle. The police department, we are recommending the two vehicles.
Mr. Town Manager, just a point of information, the deputy does not have a new car.
Oh, I'm sorry, he got the chief's old car. You're right.
Right.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. He got a record. Yep, no, and you're absolutely right. He got the chief's old car is what he got. I apologize. But he's got a car that's in nice shape, but you're right, it's not new. The police, the two vehicles that we try to do every year to rotate the fleet, we want to consistently keep that up from year to year. The $100,000 we're recommending for funding. The 6 public safety radios, $16,000. We're still recommending that we fund and get the police department up to speed. The animal control shelter, $100,000. We're recommending this money be transferred into the stabilization fund. I think, as we all know, Bay Path is not in session. The project is going to be delayed. We don't need the money this year. We believe strongly that we can put it in stabilization. That project, I think, is going to be at least a year behind. Technology upgrades, that money is already kind of planned. Will needs is $20,000. We're recommending that Will be allowed to purchase and install the necessary hardware to do his planned upgrade. That's $20,000. We're recommending that. DPW, the Toro Groundmaster, is Heather's #1 priority. She talked about it when she talked about the capital plan. She gave us a new amount of $56,440. I think she got a lower estimate. Therefore, we can put $3,560 into the stabilization fund and move forward with funding the mower. Replace Ford dump truck. We had a lot of conversation with Heather. We believe that that's not an immediate need. Should like to have it. Of course, everybody would like to have all of these things. But Heather believes that we can put it in stabilization, and if things go well, we can fund that next year if we have to, or use the stabilization money if it, in fact, does free up. Again, me and Heather had a long conversation, and Karen a long conversation about the TIP project, which is the whole Hook Street project. The amount of money needed right away is $125,000. And she believes that we can transfer $80,000 in the stabilization fund. It won't be needed this year. This came from Heather after a lot of review and looking at the project and what the status is with CMRPC and the TIP project. But this, again, is another Heather's recommendation. The Town Manager's Substance Abuse Committee, we're recommending the 10 grand that I wanted to go forward to continue that program, go into the stabilization fund. I currently checked the balance of the 25 grand that, frankly, we had said we were going to use for 1 year. We've already used it for 2. We got about 9 grand left. I think that, when I leave, Jose's going to take over that program. But I think that's an area where the Green Meadows whole marijuana thing, they were going to donate money to various non-profit things. That's something that town council, if that money does in fact come forward, can recommend, and they can consider funding some of that program out of that money. Schools, this is an area that Superintendent Villar talked a lot about, and I think he's still on. I'll briefly talk about it. He can add in the concrete asphalt work. He believes that can wait another year at the middle school, and he's willing to allow that to go in a stabilization fund. The roofing, that is something he believes is very, very important, and they need to do the work. $60,000, we're recommending funding for that. Replace damaged drywall, again, he believes it can wait another year, would like to do it, but understands the financial pressures of the town and is willing to let that go another year. The fire alarm system, they've used some from other resources. I think we talked about that in another meeting. We're recommending $10,000 more be funded and $6,568 go into the stabilization fund. And that is, again, that fire alarm system we had the other day. Additional technology equipment. Again, the school receiver talked about the fact that they were going to get money back from the busing contract, and he was going to use that to buy technology. Therefore, it freed up to $120,000 we had recommended for the schools to go back into the stabilization fund. The lease purchase of to replace the 95 Ford 350. Remember that we did a multi-year purchase. I believe it was of 2 trucks, and we still need to continue that leasing, so we're recommending that funding. The Munis system, Karen can talk more about this, but we need an additional $60,000 to finish that project. Will and Karen can explain the need for that, but that we're recommending funding for it. We normally recommend money go into the stabilization account. We're going to continue. We're going to still have the $60,000 go into the stabilization account, but we're not thinking to build up the account even more, but that money is going to be needed for the loss of revenue. OPEB, we normally we try to contribute money to OPEB. This year we are planning on putting $50,000 in. We're now saying to put that in the stabilization fund. We believe that we should still use some Casella funding like we have in the past from the royalty account to fund OPEB benefits. We need to do that to protect the town's credit rating and to show we're continuing to make progress on the OPEB item, the OPEB liability. So again, that would mean we're asking town council to put $632,128 in the stabilization fund, and we're recommending $848,472 for funding various projects. And if you don't mind, perhaps the school system, since we made a mistake, Mr. Chairman could comment on some of their items. And that pretty much sums up our recommendations. These were difficult decisions of both Karen and I, but it puts the town council in a position to fund some of these things in the future if the finances of the town improve and the virus doesn't have as big of an impact as we suspect it will. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. Seth, do you have anything you want to add outside of what the town manager said?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions that people have about the projects that we have. We're willing to delay. I think we were happy to give back $200,000 of savings of the original $320,000 free cash distribution.
Thank you. Okay, let's go down. Councilman Marquetti, any questions on this presentation?
The only question I have is I thought that the OPEB money was going to be coming out of the solar money.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, that is what my plan was for numerous years, to be able to use that revenue. And frankly, I was hoping that we could use $250,000 of revenue from that solar program to pay the OPEB benefits. But as we went through the operating budget and all the budget for this year, we found that even not utilizing the money for OPEB, the tax rate was still near 3%. So the bottom line is, in order to keep taxes down, we're going to have to use that money toward the normal operating budget. If we were not going to do that and we wanted to fund the $250,000 OPEB account, we would have to raise taxes even more. But that was, before this was a rough year, and even before the virus, we found that it was very difficult to do that. We can use we have over $3 million in the landfill royalty account. We used to fund when the landfill was open, we were funding $250,000 a year from that fund. Me and Chairman Joe Vance sat down, I think it was last year. Yeah, it must have been last year. We reduced that to $150,000. And we had all thought it was going to be the solar money, but that didn't play out the case. This year, I think myself and the finance director will probably be requesting that we do another $150,000 out of that royalty account.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Daniel, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you. For the TIP project for streets and sidewalks, does Heather feel that that's enough to make sure that the project is ready and we don't end up behind the 8 ball?
You're talking about the TIP project, the Hook Street project?
Yes.
Yeah. This was a long discussion with me and Heather and Karen. She went back a number of times to check this, and she believes that, yes, we can get through this year. We are going to have to fund more in next year's budget, but she believes that this is appropriate for the year. And again, Councilor Daniel, if things get better and they don't hit that, revenues don't lose as much, the money's still there in the stabilization fund if something important really came up. But we think we're okay, and we checked it with Heather a number of times.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Adams?
Nothing at this time.
Councilor Nash?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Might want to circle back on this later, but I appreciate the summary. I look at just one relatively small thing in the grand scheme of things here, and that is the town manager's substance abuse advisory committee. I can appreciate the $10,000 line item being put into stabilization, but if there's a remaining balance of $9,000 still and potential for other sources going forward, I'd rather see that money designated for other purposes at this stage, or just, stabilization's fine. But if there is some line item that we could use that for, I would remove its affiliation with the Substance Abuse Committee just for this year, since there is a remaining balance from the $25,000. And don't get me wrong, Ron, I'm an advocate for that program, and I've discussed with Jose about maybe trying to participate once my term is done. I support it. I just think that there could be something better done with that money rather than keeping this on the free cash list. That's all.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused. So the $10,000 of free cash allocation, we were going to give it to the Substance Abuse Committee, and we decided not to, that this should go into the stabilization account in case, with the fiscal year 2020, we're expecting to lose revenues. And if we lose those revenues, we're going to need to take that money out of the stabilization account. There's $9,000 existing in the account that we didn't spend. That would be used to fund the programs for next year. And then in the future, we would use the money from the host agreement for the medical marijuana. But we're in fact giving the 10 grand that I was proposing to go to the substance abuse thing to go back to stabilization. Now, my concern would be, and again, council can decide what they want to do. If you don't leave some money in that account, you may not have a committee to deal with because they have to have something to do. And that's the money to do the direct mailers and the billboard and all those kind of things. And if you take the 9 grand that's in the existing account and do anything with it, then the committee, I think, would probably fall apart.
I can appreciate that, and I don't contest taking the $10,000 that you had intended for free cash this year, putting it into stabilization. That's fine, but just I think $9,000 is going to go a long way this year, and I would like to think that $10,000, if there is some other small purpose for it, we should consider it. Stabilization's fine, but if there is something else, I'd love to see something else on this list. Don't worry, I'm not going to hold you up. I saw that, and where you said you had $9,000 remaining for that particular purpose for Substance Abuse Advisory Committee, I don't know why that's even on this list this year.
Mr. Chairman, the $9,000 is not. So if you wanted to take the 9 grand in an existing account, you'd have to transfer from that account to something else.
I'm just talking about how you kept this particular line item on the free cash for this year, not about the $9,000. Since you already have money remaining from the original $25,000 appropriation. It's $10,000 going into stabilization this year from, and I can't see it on the shared screen. I had my list open before. I would rather have seen that 10,000 left off of this list altogether for that purpose if there was something else that we could have done with it.
Okay.
It's fine to go to stabilization. I'm not contesting your 9,000, but listen, if I'm confusing the issue, it's okay. We don't need to keep talking about it. It's not a big deal.
No, Mr. Chairman, if I could just one more comment. No, I think I understand what you're saying now. So the original plan when we built this committee, the town council took $25,000 from free cash and funded this kind of on a 2-year basis. So this year was my plan, thinking that we would put some more money in to build it up and let it run for another 2 years. That's why I originally proposed the 10 grand, but it doesn't have to be funded on a 2-year basis. It could be funded on a 1-year basis, and just leave the 9 grand for this year and fund money on the next year. But yeah, you're right. It could have been done that way too. It's just an option.
Otherwise, thank you for the foresight and making modifications, put some extra stabilization. I think you and Karen do well with that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Just to follow up with Councilor Nash, I agree with Councilor Nash. I don't think that if the town manager has $9,000 in the Substance Abuse Committee fund, that the $10,000 should be on there. The $10,000, I agree with Councilor Nash on that. If it's needed someplace else, it should go someplace else. And also, I just, and I don't want to get in debate with the town manager. Just a couple things. He said earlier that we can't plan on where the marijuana money is going to go, and he just said it was going to fund some of this, and then he's saying that he hopes to have this funded for 2 years. I don't recall him saying that last year when he asked for the $25,000 that it was a 2-year fund. I don't recall that. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, if I could. So there's the marijuana fund has 3% a fee on it to reimburse the town for expenses. If you remember correctly, in the host agreement, there was a small part that said that the town wanted them to donate, I don't know if it was, 20 grand or something to local charities. And I had originally put on that there were a number of specific things to fund it for, and then town council changed it and kind of left it open to any type of charity. I'm just hoping, and again, I can't direct that, but I think that in the future, when discussing some of that money, that 20 grand to give them to charities, I think the town council suggested to Green Meadows where that money should go in charities, because they said they would be open to town council suggestions that you could do that. But I can't guarantee that. But it is something I think town council can decide in the future.
All set, Councilman. Okay, thank you. Council Catrone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. Just to reflect a little bit more about some of the discussion this evening. We've heard a lot about capital. We've heard, I appreciate the summary that's in front of us now. I think we're all, as elected officials, we're all here to keep the tax rate as low as we possibly can. I hear a lot tonight about possible revenue loss. We're looking at shortfalls. I think we should be looking at spending less as a council. Not sure how the town plans on funding all of this if there are shortfalls, but I think we should prioritize for emergencies only. We certainly need to be fiscally responsible to the town, to the taxpayers. I would be in favor of a freeze on spending, with the exception of the ambulance, which right now is a priority. Until this pandemic is over and we have a better handle on what our finances are going to be. Again, I probably heard more than a dozen times the town manager talk about shortfalls and the possibilities of, we don't know that at this time. So again, I would be in favor, with the exception of the ambulance, of freezing any spending until we have a better handle on what the town's finances are going to look like when this thing is over. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Steves?
I don't have any major concerns about this. I mean, just to comment a second about what Councilor Catrona just said. I personally think that I partly agree with what you just said, Joe. But one of the things I think that a lot of these things are needs that have been on the priority list of some place for years now. I think that Ron did a fairly good job about splitting out the money and free cash and putting some of it into stabilization. I think that's helpful. So I really don't have a major problem with this list.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Almeida.
Thank you. First, Councilor Catrona, thank you. And your point is well made. Explain to you, what we're doing here, at least our thought processes, right? So we think in the fiscal year 2020, and we don't have the hard number yet, but we could figure someplace around $1.3 million or less is what we feel that our revenue shortfall will be in fiscal year 2020. As you see, this puts about $600,000 in the neighborhood of $600,000 more in stabilization. There are other areas where we can make up that shortfall. For instance, there's over $3 million in stabilization before we put this $600,000 in. There's also money in the royalty account that we can tap if we had to. There's various other areas we're going to be talking about very shortly in capital projects that we can use. So we don't have to take all of the revenue loss from the capital budget, so to speak, of the free cash distribution. We have some options. But if the council chose to not spend this money on capital items, it is something we could do. I just don't think the necessity is to stop every capital purchase. But I think your comment is well made.
So, Mr. Town Manager, did you just say we're going to have $1.3 million deficit in FY20, the current fiscal year we're in?
So I think Melissa mentioned this to you guys the other night in the meeting, and I said to you guys very clearly, don't lock into that number because we don't know if that's a fact or not yet. So you remember how I was telling you guys, we've been telling you guys all along that we're concerned about the fiscal year 2020 revenues coming in, that we could have a shortfall in this year. In fact, some money could end up falling into 2021 instead. That $1.3 million number was thrown out, but we believe it's less than that. But that was the number that was given you guys at the other meeting. And I was careful to warn you that that number is not hard and fast yet. But it's a potential that you're going to have a shortfall in the revenue 2020 numbers. So we've been discussing that now for a couple of weeks.
Oh, no doubt that we've been discussing about FY20, but we're also going to have to be cognizant of the fact that we're building a budget for FY21, of which we have no idea about what Chapter 70 or any unrestricted aid is going to be like too. So this is not up for a vote tonight. This is up for a vote on May 28th. So I appreciate the dialogue tonight, and I'm sure we're going to have further discussion later in the month.
So just to answer and to respond, you're absolutely correct, Mr. Chairman. There's two very distinct issues: making up any revenue loss in the current year we're in, the fiscal 2020 budget, and then you're correct. What's going to happen in 2021 is a whole nother issue itself. So what this attempts to deal with tonight is to deal with the fiscal 2020 revenue lost. It's really not dealing with 2021 at all.
Mrs. Clements, okay. Take yourself off mute. Still on mute. There you go.
I wouldn't. No, it's not. I swear I wouldn't do that either. You got me, but I was just caught off guard, as probably some of you might have been. So, not the question, not the comment I was going to make originally, but in light of what I just heard, shockingly so, maybe there are a couple things I see, but beyond, I realize how free cash works. You got to spend a certain amount by a certain time. Otherwise, you can't spend it. Then it gets rolled over and you have to wait for it to be verified again before you can then spend in the fall scenario. and Councillor Cotrona's comment about freezing spending and not, looking at this list and saying, hey, there's $1 million bottom line here. We're hearing there might be $1.3 million, less, hopefully. There's a lot of things to play with. And you say to yourself, I say to myself as I look at this list, is there anything on this list, anything absolutely has to happen? Maybe the KVS Munis situation, something. But can the ambulance wait till the fall? Granted, the lawnmower might not, but is there anything, if you froze it, that couldn't be purchased halfway through the year? Just considering that from what we just heard, I was going to ask the question about the shortfall and how would that impact 21's expenses, but clearly it's almost speechless territory. But I don't know. So that's one thought after just hearing that. I did have a question about Munis to Karen. Going back, it seems relevant, but it's not. Karen, you mentioned, sorry, Ms. Harno, you mentioned, I was reading the notes about being able to use the system for part of using the KVS portion still for a part of the accounting purpose, and that suddenly the company says you can't. And so part of the monies you need are because of that. So, boy, in my recollection in general government, this company has really, on occasion, pulled the wool over on a few things, like the pregnant woman and all that situation that we were dealing with a while back. Can you explain that a little bit more in terms of the fact that they said you would be able to, and now that we're into it and there's no getting out of it, that we can't use our KVS system for what for what it was we needed to be able to do?
Sure, Mr. Chair, if I could, I'll provide what explanation I can. Hopefully, Will's still on the call, and maybe he can hear me as well. We were anticipating that in fiscal year 2021 that we wouldn't need to pay the cost to KVS to maintain the system. But my understanding is that with the utility conversion going through November of 2020, that we still need to have that system available. And I believe we still need to have it for payroll purposes as well. And I know that I still go back and do some of the, some inquiries in it as well. So I'm going to ask if Melissa and or Will is still there, if they could give some additional explanation, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is Will. If I could add something to that. So the KVS to the Munis conversion, we had timetables for each module. It was about a 2-year process to do it. The timetables were rigid, and we've adhered to them without missing a date. Just real quick, last July 1st, I believe we went live with the financials. On January 2020, we went live with the payroll module. Next Monday, we go live with the tax module. And in October, we're due to go live with the utility module. What had happened, where the reason we need to have a dual system is for a period of time is this. In the KVS system, their collection system collects all of the money and manages it both in the tax system and in the utility system. So any utility bills are managed through there, and any tax bills are collected in the KVS collection system. What we were all under the impression with, myself, the former treasurer collector, although I don't want to speak for her, but we were all on the same page, the finance director and so forth, was we would, when we went to utility come July, we would bill it in KVS as we're converting, waiting for the October date, and collect it in Munis. What we found out a couple of months ago is that although it's physically possible, they highly don't recommend it now. So what they're telling us we have to do is not only keep the KVS utility module live, but we have to keep the KVS financial modules live to account for the billings in utility, keep the KVS collection module live, and some associated ones. So that's the reason we have to run in dual systems through at least October, as well as have the history for payroll. Melissa can speak to that, I think, but due to the, what's the insurance requirement? I can't recall the term right now, but we need to have the payroll live for a period of time as well. So that's my take on it.
So then I have to ask one more thing. Now, we paid a lot of money for this system. There were dates. There was a whole timeline given when this was agreed upon with this company, correct? There was a timeline set in place from the, there were dates. Like you said, you had to meet all the deadlines for the training that required overtime, different things, correct? By anybody?
Yeah, that's definitely correct. And we've met every single day.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say that is correct, and we've met every single date. People like Melissa, Karen, and myself, and my staff actually. I can't tell you how many hours I've been in the office from 7 a.m. this morning till right now, dealing with Munis, KVS, and all of the rest of this stuff. And Melissa works even harder than I do. So we've met every date.
Right. So again, it just irks me completely. Because I remember when they were trying to turn the screws a little bit, I'll say it nicely, with the timeline, and there's one of their trainers were pregnant, and then they were expecting us to, jump over out of hoops and all that stuff. And I believe you put a little bit of pressure on to, that wasn't by arguing, it was their issue to deal with. Now we had a bid. You had a bid, you had a number, you had a contract, you met all the deadlines. They knew what this town needed, and it's going to cost us another $60,000 on top of the 100 and whatever thousand this project cost. That's ridiculous. Just saying. It's not your fault. I know you guys work hard. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying shame on this company. Shame on them. I don't even know how to describe that. I mean, I hope you're all that frustrated, but.
We are, and one additional thing is with this, they haven't been able to have anybody on site here since this the COVID-19 situation occurred, and so going live with the tech system has been a real challenge because the people who are supposed to be on site here are not on site. We're doing it all versus these teleconferences here. We're saving some money on hotels, meals and mileage and so forth.
But yeah, so you saved that portion because that was part of the contract. You had to pay for that. Wow, interesting. So I just had to voice my concern on that. That's just that just seems like bait and switch. No, I don't know. It just seems wrong. Okay, I know it's only 6,000 out of a million concerns. The biggest concern I think that everybody, taxpayers and alike, have tonight is that. The issue of the shortfall and what to do with free cash that really isn't free anymore. So, thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Councilor Clement. I'm sorry, ex-Council Clements, Citizen Clements, I'm sorry, for bringing that up because yes, Munis, is it Munis? Yes, Munis, I mean, how much over are we, Ms. Harnoy, on the amount? I mean, what was the original amount that we were supposed to spend, and how much extra have we spent? And it seems like they were dragging their feet and everything. So if you could give me a number.
Councilor Manna, we are not over budget on that project. So we haven't spent more than what we have. This is just some additional monies that we have to spend so that we can keep KVS running. And we don't anticipate to be over budget on the project.
Okay, good. But it seemed like they just kept adding on, and they wanted more, and they weren't here for us when we needed them the most, it seemed like. And I remember that. I remember that well. So I just wanted to, put my 2 cents in on that too. But I wasn't on the meeting when it was announced that there potentially could be a $1.3 million shortfall. So I wonder what model came up with that number.
Mr. Town Manager?
So it's, yeah, I don't know how we call it a model, but Melissa's been looking at revenues from last year to this year and comparing the revenues that came in at the same kind of time periods from last year to this year. The trick with that is the banks pay their escrow accounts at different times. So it has been very, very difficult for her to analyze that. She had given us a quick number of $1.3 million, but she told me and she told us at the last meeting that more money was still coming in. So, it's something that she looks at on a regular basis so we can get a handle on it. Obviously, we're hoping that that revenue shortfall is as small as possible, but that is, the Melissa's experience in her analyzing last year to this year to give an indication of what the deficit might be. Also, she knows, what banks still have to report and stuff and what they have to turn in their money. So she's got, information available to her where she's making those judgments. And she can add more. She's on the line if you want to give any more detail on what I just said.
If I could.
Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah. So I did look at the revenue last week after the tax bill date of May 1st was, and I believe we've gotten all of the bank money to date. We might have some straggling accounts because the banks, they are aware of our extension. So they will take advantage of that too. But I would say that 90% of that have come in. But if they're settling out accounts that they have are delinquent, they'll be delinquent with us as well. And then the rest of it is, the taxpayers. So, we have a huge collection May 1st, which is now delayed and for good reason. And so some of that may come in the next 45 days. And I'm fearful that some may not because, if people are not working, their first priority is to their family and their home and not to pay the taxes of the town because it's not an immediate threat to them. Feeding their children, paying the light bill is. So that's sort of where we stand with that. So we are not first in line. And so we'll just see how the next few weeks come. Today is sort of difficult because we are converting to the munis tax collection on Monday, which means we've stopped physically posting payments as of Thursday. So we are going to have to, while we convert all of our historical data, we have to, and then we'll have to repost everything when it comes in, when the munis goes live on Monday. So I'm operating a little blind today, but we did look at money last week and we are just over $1 million short and in the same time window of last year. And the period that I looked at was the closure period, just to see what it means in a regular economy and today. And what I'm seeing is slow payment.
Okay. Again, some of that money could be pushed into, we're going to lose some money in this, but some of this money is going to be pushed into fiscal year 2021 revenue, which hurts us in 2020. But that's a reality of what we believe is going to happen. How much, we just don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this? All right. So the vote items on this would come up on May 28th. I know we've been 4 hours into this. I don't know if anybody, the next item could take a while to discuss too. If there's not an objection, I'd like to take the next 2 items. We have only 3 items on Monday, May 18th. If we can move them over to May 18th, is there any objection to that?
I'm good with it, Mr. Chair.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
No objection.
I'm good.
Everybody good?
No objection.
All right.
And no objective from a management side either, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I appreciate it. I think we had a great conversation on the 6-year plan. I think more robust than we did last year. of going over the 6-year information. A lot of work to do. I really do want to not short sight the next item because there's a lot of discussion about the different capital accounts, outlays, and number of years that stuff has been open. So I know how it gets when you get 4 hours into a meeting, everybody gets tired, and I know I'm tired. And so with that, I'll entertain a motion to postpone items 7 and 8 to the May 18th meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? A motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Counselor Adams?
Yes.
Counselor Catrona?
Yes.
Counselor Daniel?
Yes.
Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Manna?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
Yes.
And Counselor Steves?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A motion is second, roll call.
Counselor Adams?
Yes.
Counselor Catrona?
Yes.
Counselor Daniel?
Yes.
Counselor Jovan?
Yes.
Counselor Manna?
Yes.
Counselor Marquetti?
Yes.
Counselor Nash?
Yes.
And Counselor Steves?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll meet on Monday, May 18th. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good night.
Good night.
This conference is no longer being recorded.